we're good. We're gonna call the Board of Equalization meeting back to order. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. I'll recognize Mr. Shannon Rittenberger. Before we start, Shannon, I just wanted to make some comments. We've got over 22 residents coming forward today and some other properties. And so we just got some information today, and we've been getting a lot of this from some of the appellants. And I just want to assure you that I can't allow all of this to go. I mean, I'd like an executive summary of your stuff. If you wanted to have it sent to us to review, it should have been turned in earlier. So I just want to let that know, and I'll say that to all the appellants coming forward, that last minute information's hard to review, to go forward, and we don't have the time to go page by page through it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Shannon.
You can ask our appraiser. Many times we've got a copy of that already, sometimes not.
Okay.
The first property owner we're hearing from today is Ferdinand Ross Johnson. There's two tax IDs. We're going to do the second one on that sheet first, 55488. And Kara's got that.
Yes.
And Joe? Okay, so Ferdinand Ross Johnson and Shannon Champion from my office.
Good morning, Shannon Champion, Equalization Office. First property we're going to look at is the 55488. Can you bring up the aerial, please? The location on this is just outside the city limits down 79. You can see that it borders. I think the larger portion there is actually city, and I think that's the little piece is the State Department. And the issue today was the access. We had it labeled as a paved road, and it is a gravel road, a semi-improved road. So I did make that adjustment, though that is more of a descriptor on our system. So that actually has no bearing on our values, and it is ag land. So our recommendation is no change.
No change. Ms. Verdon?
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I disagree. The outline on the map here where the blue is, it does not include the property. I give you a map that shows it's in a red bullseye, right where the 79 is. That's our direct access, which is off from Providence Way. So I disagree with the point to where she says it has no factor. On the data sheets, county data sheets, everything that's on there, property factors affect property and land value. South Dakota law dictates there's about 6 categories, which determines the value of ag property. Access is one of them. So I disagree that it doesn't have a factor. If it doesn't have a factor, shouldn't matter throughout every property data record that exists, okay?
Do you agree that the access is, you have access to the property, but you're saying because it's gravel, the access should be?
It should be semi-improved. It's not county maintained.
Okay.
But there's an adjustment that should be made according to the property value because by the state, State University determines valuation by location, size, access, and that's ag property. So there's an adjustment that the county assessor's office can and should do unless we have to file for a request for that. And I believe those forms are not available till July 1st.
Okay.
Chair,
Mr. Lester.
I do believe it means access, like, if you've got a semi-improved road, it doesn't, I mean, I've got a ag land and it didn't impact the value of my property whenever they did the appraisal. What it did do is they said you have access to your land rather than having access via the section line, which is not improved. I mean, because section line, you're always going to have access to your land if you're along a section line. It's just do you have an improved access. Like I've got a quarter of a mile of a driveway that's all gravel, but that didn't negate whenever I got my total appraisal for my property. It didn't add or take away anything. It was just they said you have access.
And the county assessor director's office told you that?
No, an actual appraiser outside of the county. I mean, I had it appraised for a different reason, and on a regular civilian appraisal, it didn't matter.
Well, that's a regular appraisal. This is a state law. Ag property is valued by location, size, access, and all that.
They had
It's
to
all
meet-
factored in.
they had to
There's
actually meet-
adjustments.
They had to meet federal and state regulations for it for the purpose of the reason why I got the appraisal.
That's the difference. South Dakota law supersedes that.
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is, they had to meet South Dakota state law, and they had to meet federal law because of the purpose of what I had the appraisal for.
But that's a regular appraisal. This is for a county assessment appraisal.
I think we have to agree to disagree on this. So, Ms. Vern, what is, you feel what do you feel your it went up 4.74% from the year before? Because your dispute is because of that access, I think that's going to be a state issue. What is the amount you think it's worth? I need to have something to present to the board to,
Seriously, I cannot give you that adjustment factor. Those would be factors from the data from the assessor's office. They get that information, which is approved by the state based on all those 6 categories. So I can't give you what that estimate would be.
okay?
This property, I believe, has been assessed that way for years. I just noticed that this year, given good faith that the county assessor's office is doing their job. But when I looked at all of this and I saw that as well, that's a problem. So
Okay.
I don't know if an abatement is necessary. I'd be willing to just suffice that it be changed for 2023 on and go from there. And then the adjustments made on the 2023 assessment on that
Okay,
plan.
I'm going to go to the board to see what their comments are. Mr. Drews.
I would make a motion that we accept the Director of Equalization's recommendation of no change of $222,900 on the ag land, $99,800 on the residence, for a total of $322,700.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we come to your other property, Ms. Vern, is 52288.
Correct. So this is on 160 acres of her property. We're not disputing anything on the land. Her dispute is on the residence.
Okay. Ms. Vern?
Okay, I've given you 3 packets here
Yep.
on this. On the first packet, it's in black. I'm referring to a map. All of the county's assessors' comparables are all to the left. In a remote region between 5 and 15 plus miles away from the location of our property. In forest land. Next, our property is to the right. There's a small red dot. This is on ag land, like Shannon said. And then I'll address my comps in a bit here. To the right and to the lower right is my comps, which is also location within 2 to 3 miles of our property. That map would have to go further east.
Am I right that, I see 1.7, 1.4 on your third page. 1.18, 1.7.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinen.
So Fern, are these the sales that you provide?
Those are mine,
Okay.
the ones that you have. right
These are the
there.
ones that be to the west? of
Yeah,
the- so-
west and to the south.
Okay.
Okay, may I finish? May I continue? Chair,
What's that?
may I continue?
Yes.
Sure, excuse me.
All right, so I'm going to take you to page 2, which is the county assessor's comparable sales report. This says it's for property 3626-100-002. That's the comparable sales report for that property. I identify that as county director's Model A. This is not our property.
No, that's a typo. I'm sorry. This sheet.
Okay, you didn't tell me that.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Okay. Regardless, first column identifies property ID, and then you follow across. The next second column is our property. If you go down that to the, excuse me, building effective year, the county has 2006. I've reminded them that it's 2001. Makes a difference with the comparables that the county has here. They're all newer property. 14 years, 10 to 14 years, 15 years, 2015, they're all much newer. The style here is ranch. Go down to the total living area basement. They have both at 2396. Finished basement is 1797. And compare that across the board there to these other comparables. The basement on the finished areas are much lower, so that's an error. Then you go down to the bottom area on our subject property. It says non-ag land value at $651,000. As Shannon concedes, this is not non-ag, it's ag. So I don't know why there's a value there. Building cost value, $836,600. I was not given any data to support that figure. Go down further to the multiple regression analysis, the MRA. It shows here 826, 847. And I don't know if the equalization office has given you, or the assessor has given you, the Marshall and Swift estimator. Those figures don't match on that M&S estimator report. It shows 827, 515. This shows 826, 847. On pages 4 through 7 are the comps that the county has here on page 2 through 3. I might make a note here that the Model A property, the first one here, that is on page 4, across from our property, it's not a sales. Matter of fact, none of these are sales. The Model A property is an estate transfer back in 2021, which any increase on that property considered for assessment valuation is already factored into our property from 21-22 at 16%. That's already been factored in. Pages 4 through 7 are the rest of the comps by the county. And I might make a note that all of these are that remote area to the west, 5 to 15 plus miles in forest land on paved roads, which are county maintained. All of these properties by the county are in an upper class contemporary, which puts it into about a class 4. Our property is class 3, or our property is class 4. Those are upper in areas of class 2 and class 3. Square footage wise, there's some similarity, but I'll let you glean through those later if you need to.
Yes, so Bert, I'd like to have Shannon probably explain a little bit how those comparables work to you, how they come up. Because yes, you're right, if you go through detail such as yours, they have a formula that they use, they change to get them correct. So I'll just have her address that real quick and then I'll come back to you, okay?
Thank you.
So you can see the subject and all of their information as far as square footage, bedroom, bathroom count, some other information for attached garage and decks. You look at the comparables next to it. Our program will then make adjustments for those comps to be more like the subject property. So I do have some of the comparables that are the same quality. Some are a little above, some are a little below, and they make those adjustments on there as well as the square footage. And that's what the adjusted value at the bottom is
Okay.
their original value with the adjustments, whether they needed to add or subtract value.
Okay.
for the differences. On my comparables that you have, I gave you two sheets. One is for just residential houses or properties that have sold, kind of similar to yesterday's. And then the second one are actual ag properties that have sold.
Okay.
And one of them is just off Mood Meadows, which is around, just across the road from Miss Johnson's location. And so,
Okay. So, Ms. Byrne, I'm just, as I'm reading through this, and I think a lot of questions that could have been asked, you could have sat down with the staff and went through that. It says you were asked if you wanted to sit down and you didn't want to sit down, and you were also refused an internal inspection.
An
Is
internal
that
inspection was done on our property about 3 or 4 years, I
3 or
believe,
4
by
years ago?
Duran. And nothing's changed on our property since 2005, so I felt there was no need for an internal
Okay.
review. As far as sitting down and visited with them, I discussed with them briefly. I presented to her our offer compared to what I found on my records, which is accessible to the county as well. And it took 4 times before the county provided me with their data for their basis of the increase of 42% on our property.
Okay.
And
So
when I did, this is what I got.
what is the value that you come up with for the structure, your
Well,
house?
On what I consider
Yep.
justifiable, okay? If I may address the reason why on the basis on that,
Sure.
I went through the expense, and your packet is this Marshall and Swift
Yep.
estimate, okay? I went through the expense and taken the exact same information that they did on their Marshall and Swift, and that came up with, first page is the short report, second page is standard report, third page is the data entry report. With that data entry report is what they call the 1007 report, which is it's a further breakdown of the data input, similar to the counties. And then the last is a depreciation report. So you ask how I came up with the figures I did on my appeal form. The total is 491, 587 based upon this Marshall and Swift estimate. I rounded that liberally to 500,000. The depreciation on that was 146. The total was 638. The balance on that was a 491 that I came up with. I took that figure, I added the improvements of 50,200 plus the land of 42.5, and I came up with the final assessment value by replacement cost new based on the Marshall and Swift estimate of 607, $200.
Okay. Bern, thanks for taking me through this.
I hope it was clear.
That's why it's nice to have some of the stuff beforehand so we can review it. That's all I was trying to express.
I just finished this last night, so
Okay.
apologize if it's not beforehand. Now,
So
if I,
Shannon, did you have a chance to look at this at all?
no.
Okay. So,
With the Marshall and Swift, we also, I don't know if that includes like our local cost market or market costs, material costs, because that does
yeah,
play a part in it.
yeah. So I'm just kind of going by the back page to rebuild at 638, 420 is what their estimate is. And she's trying to add in depreciation and so forth. And this is, I don't think we go that route. It's what you can sell it for is equalization. So I understand Vern's, how she's doing what she's doing, but I don't think it's pertains to, what, how we do our assessments. I think this was more for insurance purposes. I will go to the board for any questions.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rosknecht.
just so that I'm looking at these 5 comparable sales on this grid. Can we go to sale 2 or, yeah, comp 1? I just want to make sure I'm reading this right, that's all. So if we go down on comp one, it says building cost value. So that says 2,079,675. See where I'm at?
Which comp are you on?
I'm on this little fold,
Number two on there.
comp one.
Comp one.
On the newsletters. Is that right?
Gotcha, 2,079,000, gotcha.
Right, so if I take 2,079,675 and I divide that by, up above it says that it's 2,180 square feet. So that, I'm coming up, yeah, let me do that again. I'm coming up with $954 a square foot. Is that,
So that building cost does include like their garage and their barn. That includes all structures on the property.
see, this is where we need a little more information because it's hard to sit there and
If-
make a prudent decision when
If you
I
look
don't
at the
know.
comps that I supplied you on the green label, the egg comps, it's comp 3
Okay,
that I gave you. It's not in that little book.
so then if I go to the subject property and I take 836,600 and I divide that by the gross living area above grade of 2396, I think I got $350 a square foot. What does that all include?
That includes their shop and a small shed and like a detached garage.
Normally, when I do it, I just say, this is what I think the house is worth. This is a contribution of the garage. This is so you can sit there and look at each one of those and then you can break it apart. But when it's all combined like that, it's really hard for me to,
If you look at the one
Understood.
that looks like this paper, it's got a green label,
now this is what I'm looking at here.
Ours is black and white.
but it will break out the large shop, the detached garage, the shed, or the other.
So Fern, what, relative to your assessment, is it the land or the build, or the built?
It's just residential,
Just
no
resi-
improvements, just the residential structure. If I may interject and add on here, in mine on page 4, I outlined specific relevant factors, and I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Roskinick. On the bottom there, I calculated an estimate of $167 per square foot, and I'm talking about just main living space square footage, and I think you can understand that. That's $167 a square foot estimate for a 2009 14-year-old house. To the side of that is our property estimation of $172 per square foot based on the assessed valuation by the director. How can a 14-year-old house compared to a 20-year-old house have a less square footage cost? And I went through even further. I took all the information of this Model A home itself, and I'm sure the rest will follow because it's based upon that Model A home. I took the square footage of this home, Model A, calculated the cost by the county's Marshall and Swift estimation. Same exact thing except for the square footage, and then some of the other were different by heating or whatever. And that came up to a total replacement cost of about $936,000. Their assessment building cost value on the data record shows $776,000. You take that and divide that, like Commissioner, you just mentioned, that comes out to be $167,000 plus depreciation value of about 20-some percent. How can a 14-year-old house have a higher depreciation value than a 22-year-old home? The figures don't jive. You can't apply these 5 comparables to our property Because no matter how they do it, Marshall and Swift takes it by class, condition, age, characteristics, location, remote area, access, and there's other factors that are all factored in, and I did the same Marshall and Swift, whether it's for an appraisal purposes or not. The factors are all identical with the exception of square footage. Do not include the improvements. Our property is overassessed at $172 a square foot compared to this Montlake home and all the rest of the 5 that follow with it. If I may go further, I did my own comparables based on location, size, age. That is on this map here, the comps. This packet shows 5. I have many more, but I'm not going to overload you with them at this time. To the right of our property on page 2 is a 2002 one-year newer home. The rest of them all comparable by age except one. The square footage for those properties range from $103 a square foot, 2023 valuation, to about $149 per square foot. Those are uniform and comparable to our property. Lap siding, windows condition, good condition, average plus condition, all based upon the Marshall and Swift estimator calculations. They all average out to be comparable to our property. That justifies my Marshall and Swift estimator, which it comes up with comparable, even though I liberally increased it to 500 from the 491, it's all comparable to these 5 properties to the east of our property. We live on open pasture. We have no trees. I don't know, and the neighbors to the west of us they are not in 401 district. The county has skips us at 401, where we're located. Our ag land, we just discussed the first appeal, which is East Ag. My comps are East Ag. Our next property to the west of us are not in 401, and then it skips over into this entire area for comparables, 15 to 20 plus miles away. They have wood siding with rock. Corners are increased. The style of the roof lines are all increased. That's why they're classified as contemporary. We're classified as good, comparable to the east properties I've just given you. There is no justifiable reason by law, South Dakota law, to use a uniform properties over in this area and not the ones that are comparable to our property to justify a 42% increase. It's just not feasible, no matter how they factor, get things different in their Marshall and Swift
Thank you, Vernon.
application.
Board, do you have any questions for Vern or Shannon?
Mr. Chair, questions, no, but as I look at the comparables that staff gave us and I ran the square footage calculation, based on the comps and everything we have in front of us, I actually think the Equalization Board, it's even lower value than what the other comps are whenever you compare it for the square foot cost value above grade. Whenever I was just calculating them all out, they range between 236 all the way up to 346 per square foot, with Fern's being based on Equalization's number at 300. If you look at the Marshall and Swift, it was 266, so it's still pretty close. I think the staff did a good job in making the adjustments from the comparable items.
I tend to agree with that. I think, Ms. Byrne, you did an exceptional job of looking through this, but I think from the hearings that I've seen, we've had the last 3 days, I think the staff did a fair job. And I think the next step is we either support the staff's recommendation and you appeal it to the state, because I think you've got some good, if you want, from your information, you could do that. I think that'd probably be the next step for you.
That's my intention, yes.
Okay, that's what I kind of thought. And you did a very good job with this, and I'd like to see how that works out. So with that, I'd look for a motion to the board.
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve staff's recommendation 42.5 for the land, 50.70 for the ag buildings, 719 for the 719,900 for the residents, equaling 813,100.
I'll second that. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster?
Fern, I tend to, and I've been pretty consistent on this, whenever there's a denial of going into a property, just to verifying everything that's on the property and making sure that you don't get maybe some credit from the age of your home and things of that nature, it's hard for me to reduce a property value if they don't get a chance to get a good look at it, because then we're making an arbitrary reduction based on assumptions rather than making a deduction or an addition based on today's facts. And so whenever I see that, I've been pretty consistent to say I'm not willing to adjust it if you're unwilling to let them come in and take a look.
In all due respect, they did come out and take a look at it. Shannon did. She came out in October before the November first assessment. She
I was there
out
for
there quite a
reappraisal,
while. Yes.
and I did an external.
Okay.
External only?
Yes.
So I just want to make the comment. I think I remember seeing you at the Johnson Siding meeting. Was you at that meeting at Johnson Siding also?
Pardon me?
The tax meeting that Mr. Rittenberger put on at Johnson Siding, was you at that meeting?
No,
Okay. I thought I recognized you from there, but
no.
I think you did a very good job on this, and you're prepared to appeal it to at the state level, and I appreciate your time and your hard work on this.
I have one more thing to respond to Commissioner Lassiter. I think you're looking at the wrong square footage. We're just talking about the residential structure. We're not talking about improvements. I'm taking as your whole, and I did do the whole on the improvements. And it does bump up the level. But this Model A property, the improvements are not included in the building cost value.
Gotcha.
So
I
I
took
took-
2396 is what I took.
Pardon me?
I took 2396 is what I factored it on. I didn't factor any improvements.
Well, we agree to disagree then.
Okay.
Thank you, Vern. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you
folks.
for your time.
Next property is Dean Evans with Bree.
You may proceed, Bree.
Good morning. Bree, staff appraiser at Pennington County Equalization. The property being appealed is tax ID 53336 and is owned by Dean Evans. This is a 10.87 bare land parcel assessed at $384,800. Dean is concerned with the increase in the land. I spoke with Dean about the market and the land sales in his area, and those that just recently sold in the Sudbury Ranch Road division. This market area is growing in the past few years with the average acres selling at 375, average 10 acres selling at 375,000. I would recommend no change with a total of 384,800.
How many acres is that?
10.87.
And how much per acre?
I have, it comes out to about 35,400 right now.
So to be consistent with what we did yesterday, we lowered his neighbors down to 30,000, so that's my recommendation.
We have a motion to reduce it to 30,000
Second.
and a second. Any discussion?
Where is that compared to most of the other ones?
Across the street from the one that we heard yesterday.
Okay.
So, Mr. Evans,
A total number, when you say 30,000, that's per acre?
yeah, we need
Mayor's
a
gonna need a total.
total. Okay, so we need to come up with,
That was the total.
That's what I'm trying to prevent.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
That'll be the total of 30,000 per acre, 326,100.
326,100 is what?
That's what I got.
okay, Mr. Dean, this is pretty simple. You don't even have to speak and get what the other residents got the last 2 days. So it's not, I'm just wanting to explain. You could go south if you say something wrong.
This is like a game show. May I just walk through my document?
You can, but I'm gonna tell, I'm just gonna explain to you, what the board's done for the last 2 days in these other areas. So, yeah, if you feel the need to express your, because we've had something similar to this, I paid this for it, now it's gone up this, we've heard all that before, but you may proceed.
About 8 properties or so,
Eight,
we've done that, so
yep,
we've been pretty consistent on it.
yep.
Completely. First of all, good morning, everyone, and it's nice to meet all of you. 5 minutes, really. This particular parcel was sold last in the bundle. It sold, obviously, for less than even across the street. It was sold, like I said, last in the bundle, and it was because of the topography. There's just one Exhibit Z that I did put in the packet that I just wanted to make sure that was put on the table, which is what I call the alley of unusable land, which is what Google is doing here, is reminding us that the darker, the more the elevation changes. And so it is dramatic that there were these lots that were sold last, me and the one next to me. And so that was the number one. And number two, then if you come full service to today, this happens to be the number 2 most expensive lot in Pennington County now with nothing on it. And so all I was going to say was, in my end of my note, because of those 2 ginormous goalposts, one of the last to sell, and now the most expensive in Pennington County, I was just going to, my rationale was simply in this alley, can I have an estimate like the 2 that are also in the alley? Which in other words means that would have reduced me to about a $25,000 an acre versus 30. I did all this before I heard all of what went on over the last 2 days, so I am thankful. But I just also wanted to make one last componentry here about these are the 2 least desirable lots in the whole makeup.
Mr. Chair.
And we were the most expensive now.
Okay.
So if you appeal this next year, I would hope that you and whoever's assigned from the county assessor's office personally go out and look at that lot, look at the topography, look at the access, and then if they have comparable sales, ask to go visit each one of them sales to make sure that you're comparing apples to apples. If you drove, have you been down to Sudbury Ranch Estates? Have you been there yet? Is that comparable to yours? Well,
I have a lot
that's
more.
why we're trying to make these adjustments, sir.
And I appreciate those. I don't want this to go on record as not appreciative. I just also wanted the full scope of the information put on the table.
But when I saw that topography map, I don't know what the intervals are, if they're 10 feet, 40 feet, but yeah, it's pretty dark there.
Yeah, so, but I thank you guys for your work.
Well, thanks, Dean, and I too need to be consistent, because we had another one that had some problems with yours, and we did the same thing yesterday, so I want to stay consistent. So.
Understood. Thank you, gentlemen.
So we have a motion on the floor for a 326,100 total assessment for the 10.87 acres. Any further questions? Seeing none, all in favor, indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Dean.
Michael, Guba, and Jay? Jay? Is Michael here?
He called me, just, in the last day or so and said he wasn't gonna be able to make it for, some work that he had to do. So he did prior to this, though, I believe, get you a market analysis, that he had done. So I'm just making sure you had that. But yeah, this property, is, in Red Rocks at 6436 Dunsmore Road. The local board had lowered this to last year's assessment at 600,800. And my recommendation is, land at 69,000, building at 594,500 for a total of 663,500, which is, the actual, which is actually the first comp, its own subject, which is adjusted for the market, and that's where we've got the 663,500.
Okay, Jay, looking through that, I think that's a fair adjustment. I go to the board for any of their
Mr. Chair,
questions or suggestions.
what did the applicant, what was his request based on that market evidence that he got?
Well,
from
his request, I believe, was going to be somewhere between the two because of his market analysis. I would, show you one thing about that. I think actually Commissioner Hadcock had mentioned this a little yesterday. On the market analysis, matter of fact, one of their comps was the same as one of ours, which was comp 3 on Poppy Court. The adjustment on the market analysis only adjusted for square feet and fireplace. We have 11 adjustments up or down. And so their adjustment was at 592 on that comp. And if you look on my comp sheet, with all the adjustments made to the subject, it's actually at 661, 866, which is right in line with the 663 that we're at. So, those, and she kind of mentioned that briefly yesterday, that market analysis isn't adjusting for the same amount of things that we're adjusting for.
So when he came in to appeal, then his assessed value was 723.2, and
That's
then
correct.
visiting with you,
Yeah.
he reconciled.
Yeah, then I recommended just the adjusted for market price, and he still didn't like that, so he went to the city. They just dropped it to last year's value. So I said, well, we're gonna have to go back to county. I'm gonna still recommend my adjusted to market number, the 663,500. And then, that's when he got me this market analysis. I got it to you and he couldn't show up.
Do you know who sits on the city board?
I don't know who was on it this year, over there. Do you?
I just think that, that might be part of the problem, is that we need somebody that has some expertise.
I think that's fair to say.
Because if it gets here, we have to kind of.
Because I think when they actually aren't sure, they were doing that with a lot where, well, we'll just put it to last year's value and then let us deal with it,
I'll just make the comment on that. I served on that board a couple different times, and the times that we didn't have someone experienced with the numbers, it was tough to make those determinations. So they're doing it more with the emotions than they were with facts.
Sure.
So with that, I would look for the board for a recommendation of what Jay presented.
Yeah, I can say that again. It was 69,000 on land, 594, 500 on building, for a total of 663,500.
That'd be my motion.
Moved by Lassiter, seconded by Drews. Any further discussion?
Just one more comment. So I see in this packet, there's also an appraisal done in 2021. 6436 Dunsmore.
You don't know what page you're looking at?
It's just it's just a copy of a residential appraisal report dated 8/24/2021.
I guess I'd have to see what I don't have.
This is what I have.
Okay, yeah, all I have is this one here.
You guys have the appraisal report?
Yep.
I don't think so.
I don't have that.
Well, I know this has got a year or two of age on it, but
Right.
This
Well, I do have it, Ron.
appraisal report that's certified by the appraiser for a value of 550,000.
And that's what he paid for it back then. And then our market adjustment, that's from that point to the current assessment is the 663 for just
So
the market.
he didn't go out and get an appraisal. This was when he financed it. He had to have one.
Yeah, that was when he had to get
Okay.
it when he bought the place
Yeah.
in 21. Correct.
And the dates jive with the purchase.
Yep.
Well, we do have a motion on the floor. I do believe that's a fair one. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thanks, Jay.
Thank you.
We have two parcels by the Spilkers.
One parcel.
One, we got
two time slots. Last time it took a little while when we did this one, so wanted to.
but it's the same number. Okay.
Wanted to make sure we had
Okay.
a little more than just a 10-minute allotted with how some of them have gone. So
Okay, so we got
ID 57965.
965 and
There's just two slots on the schedule. It's the
yeah, I'm gonna do
oh,
mine.
okay,
same property.
same property.
I was trying to build in some time cushion in case we got a little behind.
Okay, Scott, you may begin.
Can I get this one? We're gonna get switched over to my computer here.
What's that?
You know, after you can hand them out right now while we're getting everything else set.
So Jeffrey and Marcia? Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, are we ready?
Yes, Scott.
Okay. Good morning, Scott Dressler, Equalization Office. This appeal is regarding tax ID 57965. It's owned by the Spilkers. This is located at 23813 Highway 385. It's right in the Three Forks interchange area there. Our assessment for 2023 was land at 143,300, structures at 857,900 for a total value of $1,001,200. My recommendation is going to be a no change to the assessed value for this year. This property is 3 acres. It's located just outside of that Three Forks intersection. The home is a 2019 construction, good in quality. It's 2720 square feet of total living area on a slab. It's 2 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a little over 1,000 square foot attached garage, and then a 2,560 square foot shop shed building. We'll pull the photo up here. This property we've discussed once before, and an adjustment after that board of equalization was made for the left end of the photo of the shop building that's up there at the moment. This year, taking a look at sales, we did have a few sales in a much closer vicinity to that Three Forks area than what we've had in years past. I'm going to draw the most attention to what I have as comp number 1. This property is located at 12764 Happy Trails. It's a 2017 build, also good in quality. It's a one-level home. It's about 550 square feet smaller than the subject. Between its attached and detached garage, it has about 1,100 square feet of garage space, but this sits on 1 acre and doesn't have the shop. This is a 2022 sale and sold for $850,000. So it's a smaller home, less land, less the shop building, sold for $850,000. Comp 3 is actually a multi-parcel sale. It's going to have more acreage as a result. It's about 9.2 acres and it's located on Old Hill City Road. It's a little bit older home. It's a 2005 build, also good in quality. It's just shy of 3,000 square feet above grade, 3-bed, 2.5 bathroom. It does have a single stall basement garage as well as a detached garage of 420 square feet. And then this one has a shop building as well. It's a 1,600 square foot shop. So it's a little larger home. It's on more land, does also have a shop building. And that one sold in late summer of 2021 for $1,175,000. And then the last comp on my screen here, comp 6. This is a nicer home. It's very good minus in quality, so it is of better construction, and it's a log home. But it's in that same Happy Trails, so the other side of the Three Forks intersection there, on 1.18 acres. It's a 2011 build, better in quality. It's 2,200 square foot in the house, but there is a bonus room up above the detached garage. 3-bed, 2.5 bath. It does have a sizable detached garage at just about 1,000 square feet. This one sold in December of 2021 for $951,000. That buyer subsequently bought a 1 acre lot immediately next to this for $94,000 for that acre. Those are going to be kind of the three comps that I would focus on out of my grid. The Spilkers did supply some comps. Most of them were after the assessment date, but one of them that I did include in mind is going to be the property up on Highland Hills Drive. It's a 2004 build. It's of a little bit lesser quality construction at an average plus. My concern with that one is just that it's a home over a basement with finish and it's much closer to Rapid City. But that one sold for $705,000 in October of 2022. So a little bit older, a little bit lesser in quality. It does end up with more finished square footage to that property when you factor in the basement as well. In years past, I haven't been able to go out and take a look or do an interior on this property this year. However, they did provide interior photos of the kitchen, the living room, the bedrooms, the bathrooms. So I did at least get to see the photos. The finishes to the inside of the home are at least consistent with a good quality of construction. They're kind of in that good to good plus range for how we rate the finishes on the property.
Scott, in my office, is there a loft in this house too?
There's an unfinished loft.
There's a loft which planning department said we could not use as a bedroom. We built it as storage, so they have restrictions on how it can be used.
I just remember that was some of the discussion last year.
And then on the map here, it's the parcel in blue. And then that comp number 1 would be this house right here. And then that log comp number 6 would be this house right here.
Right over there.
So off the other side of the Three Forks intersection.
Now, if I remember right, this property's, do you have like a gate or some rock going up to it for their entryway?
It's a drainage area.
No, I'm talking for the road going up to it. Okay. I might be thinking of something else.
So there's Whaley Lane, and then this parcel, there's some
okay.
exposed rock right there, and then there's would be that next driveway
I'm
on
way
the left.
off. Okay.
So.
Sorry. Anything else, Scott? Does any commissioners have any questions for Scott?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
I just want to point, I know the property pretty well, and so every piece of property has its own utility, and the utility is different, and the quality and the condition. And so I just want the sheriff to be aware that the 4 utilities, and each one of those, they're separate, would be the main residence, and then attached to the residence is the garage. And then you have a separate building, and that building has 2 utilities. One is a garage, and then there is, what, about a 500 square foot apartment. And I think the last time that this came in front of us, I think,
We had initially had it in as a guest cottage. This was a few years ago when it was appealed. And kind of through the discussion with the board and what was there, that end of the structure is now just essentially being valued as the shop with finish to it, but not living type of finish. So insulation, sheeting, more of a.
When I came in to appeal it, it was being valued as much as or more than the living area in my home. But yet the county had restrictions on its use, so the utility was a fraction of what my home was.
well, maybe the 5th utility would be that upper mezzanine storage area, which is, it's limited in utility because there's a restriction that you can't finish.
Right.
So I think it's important to understand all these different components of this particular property. And then on a per square foot basis, you can't go in and say the main residence is 250 a square foot and then apply that to an apartment on a garage, as long as everybody's clear on that.
Yep, and in regards to the main residence, the square footage is just based on that main level. So the 2720 is just the slab level floor, not anything up there for that loft.
I think we addressed this last year with all
Is
that, so.
I think 2 years ago.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, so Ms. Jeffrey, you're appealing the taxes this year, and you brought in some paperwork, and your concern is with land, most of it's been land, are you concerned about the value of the house?
Going down the outline I've provided, the focus of comparisons I'm going to make is I'm going to first look at the county comparables, and then I have some of my own comparables. But in doing my comparison, I was focused on the square footage, which would be the total living area and basements if applicable. And I also included the quality factor as the county does it. As far as land value and outbuilding value, I just took what was assessed by the county and took a straight difference in applying to come up with the adjusted sale price for my home. So I'm not making arguments on the buildings, outbuildings, or the land. I'm just taking straight differences. When the county comparables, which is the sheet I provided you, is a little bit different than Scott's. He's got one more comparable on there in a different order. But what I came up with is some of these are a couple years old for the sales. To me, they're high-end, possibly duress sales, and they're further skewed. If you look at the bottom of that page for the county comparables, it shows we're using the county's inflation equation. I come up with what they have added for inflation and also other value. And I'm not really sure where this other value comes up, but in either case, it's 100,000 for up to 100,000 for inflation and 200,000 for other unknown value that's added. So, if you look at comp 2 on my list, that's another $297,000 added on top of what was already a high-end sale. Comp 5, $225,000. Comp 4, $190,000. I'm not understanding where, I understand they want to add inflation and the formulas for every month, but I don't know where all these numbers are justified. So as far as what I'm looking at is the adjusted sale price has been overvalued, and as far as I'm concerned, the county has validated that statement themselves. If you look at what's highlighted in yellow on this sheet, several of them, especially the first two, comp one and comp two, you're talking over $100,000 on the first one and about 140 some thousand dollars on the second one. That the county has reduced the price over the value of the home over the last 2 years from what the sale price was. So the county's saying the house is not worth, 2 years later is worth far less than what it sold for. But yet, when using it as a comparable to come up with my adjusted sale price, they're taking the sale price and then adding several $100,000 on top of it.
So, Mr. Jeffrey, Scott, do you want to respond?
So, as has been discussed with some of the other appeals, we don't go straight to the sale price of an individual property when it sells. That goes into, the pool of sales within that area, within that market area, as we go to set values for that next year. And it's just, it's within that calculation. Just because a property sells for $850 doesn't automatically mean its assessment that next year is $850. That there's always going to be some high and some low sales in the market. We have to look at all of the sales that happen within the market as we go to set the values. All of the properties have the same, methods applied to them as we go into setting value each year. So it's not just individually going to the purchase price of each property the year that it's purchased. It's looking at the comprehensive book of sales within that area.
Thank you, Scott. And so what I have before me, Jeffrey, if I'm correct, with however you're figuring out, you believe it's worth 870,000. Am I correct? That's what you come up with?
Yes,
Which is less than last year.
if I use the 2023 assessed values, that's my second validation of this. Following on from the previous argument, the logical conclusion is maybe we should be using, instead of the sale prices, use the county's 2023 assessed values, and to determine my adjusted sale price. And when you do that, it comes out to, because you can get rid of inflation and a number of these other things, it comes out to $870,000.
Okay, I'm going to go to the board for any questions. It'll be Scott or Mr. Jeffries. Hear no comments this time.
The only thing
Mr.
I'd
Roskowitz.
say, Mr. Chair, is that this is more, to me, it seems like this appeal is based more on equity relative to how other similar properties are assessed compared to the subject property. That's,
Yes.
and I see comp one, comp two, comp three, and comp four clearly displaying that. So, I think an adjustment's warranted, not necessarily in value, but just to be equitable to these properties that are displayed in comps 1 through 4. I don't know what the magic answer is. I was thinking a reduction of 5% off of the 2023 assessed value. That was just my thoughts.
Well, and then I have, following on to that, I also have on the other sheet is some other comparables I came up with that are all but one of them are recent sales. And even dropping the lowest one out of the group, I still come up with an average there of only $800,000.
I'm going to go to the board. My thought process on this is I think we've worked with you through the last couple of years to try and get it as fair comparables as possible. And with what we've done in the last couple of days, I want to stay consistent, so I'm going to be supporting staff's recommendations. But I'm going to go to the board to see if they have any more comments or any motions.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
I would make the motion a no change to the assessed value and have it at land 143,300, buildings 857,900 for a total value of 1,001,200.
And I'll second that. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries with one nay. Thank you, Jeffrey.
I'm not going to attempt to mispronounce next property owner's last name, but I think Robert is in the room.
So, Van Levine?
Van Leuven.
Lubin.
Van Leuven.
So he left me to mess it up. So Brad, I'm going to let Derek present, and then I'll come to you, sir.
Before we get started, just want to make sure everyone has a packet for tax ID 62166. Good morning. My name is Derek Dalen. I'm an appraiser with Pennington County Equalization. Again, subject property has a tax ID of 62166. It is located at 5930 Bent Drive. It is within city limits, and it's owned by Bob and Janice Van Leuven. And I'm recommending that the assessed value of $494,100 be upheld, with a land value of $65,000 and a structure value of $429,100. Again, this property is within city limits. It's located just east of the Sheridan Lake Road, Catron Boulevard intersection. And initially, the property was assessed at $530,200. This value was appealed by Mr. Van Leuven. And after reviewing sales and making an adjustment for quality of construction, the $494,100 value was recommended, and this was appealed to this board. The subject property, it's 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1,828 square feet above ground, over a crawl space, and it was built in 2017 and sits on a 0.53 acre lot.
0.43.
Yes, it is 0.43. My apologies, Bob. 0.43 acre lot. Because most of the comps in the immediate neighborhood of the subject have finished basements, there were 2 other sales from a different neighborhood that were considered since they were over the crawl space, like the subject. Comparable sales, they range in year built from 1992 to 2020. Above ground square footage ranges from 1,418 through 1,900 square feet. Comps 1 through 3, they're in the same neighborhood as the subject, and they have finished basements. Comp 4 and 5, they're over a crawl space, like the subject. However, they're in that Elks neighborhood off of Pebble Beach Court and Jolly Lane. And subject has a 3-car attached garage. All the comps have attached garages. Comps that do have finished basements, they range from 720 to about 1,250 square feet of finished basement. And quality of construction, that ranges from average plus through good. And comparable sales, they range from 430,000 through 615,000. And there's the 5 sales on the comp grid, which is included in your packet. Then further discussion with Mr. Van Leuven. There was another property pretty much across the street from his that is like his. Over crawl space, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. It sold in April of 2020. So that was the biggest reason why I didn't look too much into it for using it as a comp, was because of that older sale date. And then another property Mr. Van Leuven mentioned was comp 3, address of a 5920 Bent Drive. This property is next door to the subject, and it listed for sale here end of September of 20, or middle of September of 2022. Then it was taken off the market the end of November, so it was on the market for about a month and a half for $489,000. And this property, drew our attention because it is right next to the subject. However, it has a finished basement, and it doesn't have any landscaping, a steep driveway. Those characteristics aren't necessarily assessed by our office, but it could be a consideration that impacts sale price. So Mr. Van Leuven, he mentioned that property and that it's assessed similar to his, although it has more finished square feet, including that basement area. So again, I'm recommending that the assessed value of $494,100 be upheld, with $65,000 on the land and $429,100 on the structure.
Thank you, Derek. Robert?
Okay, well, originally the assessment was 530,000.
Yeah.
I objected to or appealed that. It's way too much. I originally bought the property in June of 2019 for 362,000. And that's, when it was built, it was 2017. It was actually a Parade of Homes house, but it was on the market for 2.5 years, and I was the first person to buy it. Originally was listed for about 395,000. This is the home I'm in now. And then it just gradually decreased in price through the 2.5 years down to 369,900, I believe. And I offered 362 for it, and they took it. But it had been on the market for 2.5 years, and it was a Parade of Homes house. And then problem with the property is that it's on a slope, very steep slope, especially in the backyard. I have no really backyard, it's just pretty much all rock. And then the front yard is grass, but it's a slope to it, so it's not really a usable type of property like for a family, like with kids and stuff like that. So my objection is that the property next to me sold, they listed it back in September for 489. And assessed value on it is like 489 or 485, I guess is what the assessed value for 2023, and mine was like 530. So I mean, their house was bigger, had an extra bathroom, but it didn't have the landscaping. But my problem is with the erosion from that property because it sits higher than compared to mine, and we had problems with erosion on the side, the hill that borders both properties. And I went to the owner. Actually, there's nobody who lives there. It was bought by a dentist office. And they use it as a property investment, I believe. And I spoke to their manager, who I have access to, and we came and looked at it. And they said they were in the process of getting bids for the landscaping part of it. And I told them, is there anything temporary we could do on the top of the hill to prevent the water from running off onto my property and causing this erosion? And what I always recommended was putting some rock there, some little bit larger rock to prevent that erosion. And he thought that was not unreasonable. And he was get back to me, well, the next thing I knew, about a month later, that's when they put the house up for sale. That was in September. So, and then they took it off the market at the last day of November And so I haven't heard anything, what's happening now to that property. But there's no landscaping that's been done to it. And I haven't been able to finish that hill yet on my side of it because I don't know what's going to be happening on their side.
Okay, so Derek, you use this one as a comparable to
Yes, it's, comp number 3 in
number
your
three.
grid, yeah.
And so, Robert, your concern is that even that one's not comparable because it's higher value,
I think it
bigger
should,
grid,
yeah, it should
but,
be more
but,
comparable to what
but you're also,
homes across the street from me, basically,
your
because there's
concern
two.
is also that you feel that your property is at less value. This is, I'm just trying to summarize what I've heard.
Okay.
That you feel your house is less value because of, number one, landscaping from an adjacent property, which ends up being more of a civil discourse than, unless there's obvious reasons why it would. And that you're going by some sales of what you purchased the property for 2 years ago and where you're at today. So you're not satisfied with the reduction to the 494, 100.
Yeah, I don't think I could sell it for that. That's why I'm appealing it.
Okay.
I think a more reasonable, I mean, they increased over 20% is what they were increasing to, which is way too high. I mean, I would agree to what the inflation rate would be, 7 or 8%.
Yeah, unfortunately, in our area, we're not going by inflation rates. It
I
goes
know
by
you don't,
sales.
but I'm looking at it
Yeah,
that way. I'm not a realtor, but,
no.
and
I
I'm
just want
not,
to explain to you, we've had some pretty heart-wrenching stories through the last couple of days on this, but they have to follow a process that's fair to everybody, and that's how they're making their decisions. It's not, I wish properties all went up or assessed for what the 3% a year, which they did in the last couple of years, but the market's been quite out of whack in our area for the last 2 years. And so they're trying to play catch up to get up to what the true value is.
So, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drew.
just a couple questions. So Robert, when I look at the picture of your house, to the left there, on the left side, is that a garage? Is that what I'm seeing there?
the left part of the house, yeah.
Okay, so when I look beyond that garage, then is that all rock
Yep.
back there?
Yeah.
So is that where the drainage is coming down
Oh,
also?
it'd be to the left. There's no pictures of that on here, but, well, on that comp 3 there's a picture of the house, the front of it, but the hill is to the right of that house. I mean, I can show you on my cell phone a picture of it if you want to see
No,
it.
that's okay. So comp 3 is as I'm looking at your picture of your house, that's basically to the right of your house?
Well, if you're facing directly at the house, it'd be to the left.
Oh, it is to the left.
To
Okay.
the right of my house, there's a
Okay.
ravine there. There's no houses there.
Okay.
It's just a drainage area.
Yeah, and if you look at the aerial, it's the house right above the subject that's outlined in blue, that's comp 3.
Okay. So the erosion has caused ground damage, but it hasn't caused any damage to your home at this
No.
point in time? Okay.
No, it's just that we had like a heavy rain back in August, and I put a dirt locker system up there because I could see there was going to be a problem. And basically, that's just a system for preventing erosion on a hillside. And so I installed that myself, and we had a heavy rain in August, and it actually washed dirt down from their hill into those dirt lockers. So that's when I actually called them to find out if they could do something temporary until they get their landscaping done. So then that's when they put the house up for sale after I approached them with that. So I don't know what's happening now, if they're gonna get landscaped in order to sell it, because it didn't sell. And then when the first builders put it up for sale, it didn't sell right away either. Because I've talked to 2 previous people who were supposed to buy it, and they turned it down at the last minute. Because there was too steep of a slope there, the gal couldn't take her garbage carriers up the driveway.
So did I understand you correctly? You bought that in June of 19?
2019, yeah.
Okay.
And that was for 362. Any other questions from the
Mr.
board?
Chair,
Mr. Roskinek?
so I think everybody can agree the best two sales are comparable sales 4 and 5 because they don't have basements.
Right.
And if I did my calculations right, a finished basement was given about $100 a square foot for an adjustment. But if you don't use the basement, don't try the factor for a basement, you just take the average unit price of comparable 4 and comparable 5, it's about $240 a square foot. And if we come over to the subject property, you're being assessed at $270 a square foot. If I take the total suggested 494.1 and I divide it by 1828, I believe that's 270 a square foot. So I feel that it should be closer to 240 a square foot. Just putting the most weight on comparable sales 4 and 5. I mean,
Mr. Chair.
there'd have to be some kind of a reduction of the 491 to satisfy me to get this subject property closer to the two sales that did not have basements. And everything else seems very similar. So
Right.
that's my 2 cents.
No, I would agree with that.
Mr. Laster?
Can I ask a question to Mr. Roskinek? Because I looked at the same number on all that, and if I took the high and the low out of there, so that put the three comps being comp 2, comp 3, and comp 4, which, starting with comp 2, that would be 325 a square foot, comp 3 is 303 a square foot, and comp 4 is 246. So it kind of puts him right just above comp 4. Why did he isolate down just to comp 4 and comp 5?
Well, the problem with that is you're just making an assumption what you think that basement's worth. And there's really no way to do that. When property sells, the buyer says, well, I'm paying this for the top, I'm paying this for the bottom. That's why I like to use pure sales where you don't have to make those assumptions. So on comps 4 and 5, you don't have to make those assumptions because there's no basements to factor, no contribution for the basement. Those are what you call Puritan sales.
But are those older houses too?
Now, you can use the sales with the basement, then you're just making assumptions what the contribution of the basement is. And then you've got the shell of the basement, and you got the build out in the basement. There's so many variables that you're just going to be making a lot of assumptions.
Right, but if you're using above ground numbers only, and that's what I used, he's got more square footage than any of the other three. The two that you use, they have more square footage than he does. Above grade.
If you break it down by the unit, then you're factoring for the differences in square foot because you're only applying that to the actual building area above grade.
Right, that's what I did. I mean, that's the numbers we have is everything just above grade, not factoring below grade. I think when you take out the high and the low, he's right in the middle of the three comps, 325, 303, and 246 at 270.
Yeah, but doing that, you're using comparable sales that have basements.
Well, one of them does.
This
One of
doesn't
them
have a
doesn't.
basement, so why not compare? I've been saying this all day long. Let's just compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drew?
So based on the information that Commissioner Roskinek provided, I'd make a motion that we, on tax ID number 62166, that we set the structure value at 374,260.
374,
374,260.
300, because we got a round.
374,300.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Leave the land value at 65,000 for a total of 439,300. That'd be my motion.
You have a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second for discussion, and Mr. Drews, how did you come up with the 374?
I took Commissioner Roskinek's suggestion reducing the value of the structure by $30 a square foot, which came to a total of, that written at 54,840. So it's a reduction of 54,840 on the house.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester,
what's the total on that assessed value? What's the total that you get on that number?
439,300.
That is $300 less than last year's assessed value. We're bringing him down below what he was assessed last year
yeah.
with those numbers. I can't support that.
Gary, I might make a substitute motion, and that would be let me see here.
Well, the assessed value for 22 was 439,600.
Yes.
Right.
So
That's-
it's
He was bringing it
$300 more than what you're, so it's $300 less, right?
His motion was $300 less than last year's.
Yeah, we haven't voted on that yet. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Rosknecht's doing a figure. And please, Mr. Rosknecht, when you make your, I'll let you speak before you make your motion, so you can clarify why you come up with which.
Okay, I will have an answer here shortly. So if we use the contribution of the, eliminating the basement, the two without basements at an average unit price of around 240. But if we go to 250 per square foot above living area, above grade, and that's 1,828. That is 457,000 even. And that would be the total assessed value using 250 a square foot for the floor area above grade, and then the contribution of the land would be 65,000 off of that.
Okay, so your
65.
total assessment that you're coming up with is 457,000 even, keeping to
$250 a square foot for the living area above grade, which would be $10 higher than the average of the two sales that don't have basements.
okay. So we got 65,000 for the land. So you minus out,
Taking it up higher.
what do you come up with the number on the structure? The structure's got to be what,
Like 392?
392 for structure?
Better double check that. That was equal 457, correct?
Yes, even.
So then I get 392 for the
Okay,
structure.
so your motion would be at 457,000, you gave your explanation, with land broke out at 65,000 and carried to say 379 for structure,
392.
392 for structure.
Wait, does that? Yeah.
So that is a substitute motion.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion,
I'll second the substitute.
and Mr. Drew seconded. Any further discussion?
So, Mr. Chair, what does that put the value per square foot?
Mr.
Okay, so right now, if you divide the suggested 491,100 by 1828, you get roughly 270 square foot. I'm just saying 250 square foot, which would align with comparable sales 4 and 5. The two sales out of the 5 that do not have basements but are similar in most other aspects.
Mr. Lasker, do you have any more questions or comments?
I just want to, what was that total? You said the square foot's 250?
Okay, so if you take 250 times 1828, it's exactly
Get you the 457.
457,000.
And that's what your motion was, 457?
Yep,
Correct.
that's the motion.
Okay, that clarifies it.
Okay. With that being said, I am going to go to a vote. All in favor of the 457 total with the breakouts indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries with one no.
Thank you.
So, sir, you got what just happened?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
We have two properties, Bridgewood Estates and Carriage Green. They're apartment buildings. They're represented by a tax rep who's supposed to call in and hasn't. So how about we skip ahead, at least do one more property owner who is here, just in case they call in late. Mr. Stark. And if the tax rep doesn't call in, we'll deal with those and move on.
So Shannon, that's ID 71444.
And 48664? Okay.
Yep.
So we'll do now 39036.
With Rod? Is this person on Zoom too? No, they're here.
He's not.
It says Zoom.
It does say Zoom. You're Rod?
Yes.
Okay.
my
Rod
wife,
and Catherine,
Yes.
welcome. You've seen the process, you sat through some of this already, so we're gonna, let Rod go through his part, then we'll come to you.
All right, Jay McKinstry
Oh,
again,
Jay,
with
sorry.
Equalization. Rod and Kathy Stark, they were able to make it in after all, which is good. This is obviously another one of these that we've been, going over several different times already. On Rodeo Road, the 10 acres, you can see it highlighted there. And, all those neighboring properties, other than I believe the one just to the east of the Starks, have all already been in, and you guys have already,
Those particular four, we've gone to 25,000 acres. So
that's correct.
just cut to the chase. I'll go ahead and make the motion to drop that one to 25,000 or 250,000.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, so we need some total numbers. Could you please give me this is for 34.6 acres at 25,000 per acre.
You could have zoomed.
Well, that was almost too easy.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate
What was
that.
it?
It's 34.68 acres at 25,000.
No, 10 acres.
Oh, it's,
So 250,000
Yeah.
would be the,
The 250 for the land?
Yes.
yeah.
how come
That's right.
on my paper I got 34?
Wait a minute.
I got 34.
Mr.
Oh, no,
Chair,
I got the assessment. Sorry, I don't have the number of acres. I'm looking at the wrong numbers.
So, yeah, I'm saying that an
I could-
adjustment to the land at 250, then you've got whatever the improvements are.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chair,
Like 960, 800 total?
I had the wrong numbers, Karen. Mr.
I
Nice.
expect this is going to be a similar vote as to all the other ones in the area. I expect we're all going to be as consistent as we all were on the previous votes
Yep.
too.
Yeah, so you're reducing it down to 250,000. That's 25,000 per acre.
I assume your main concern was the land assessment?
I'm sorry?
Your main concern was the land assessment, not necessarily the building?
That's correct.
Okay.
So it's reducing it by 125,000.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the motion is the reduction to 25,000, which would bring it for the 10 acres, which would bring it down to 250,000 for land only. Any further questions? Did you want to comment?
No comment.
Okay, thank you,
I think you
sir.
have my letter there as to my
Yep.
reasoning with the appeal, so
Okay.
I hope you do anyway.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's skip back up and do the Bridgewood and Carriage Greens. Vast around. Tax rep was provided, contact information was going to call in Zoom and hasn't, so Rod has recommendations on those. We can get through them quickly.
Okay, thanks, Rod.
Good morning, Board. Rod Slatton with Equalization. So my recommendation is no change. The document that I sent actually has two tax IDs, 71444, which is the Bridgewood Estates. The assessed value is 13,034,800, and my recommendation is to uphold that value. The second one is tax ID 48664. The assessment is $9,552,700. My recommendation is to uphold that value. I do have data there to support that, but I have.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So Rod, your methodology employed on this would be the same that you did on that retail strip in front of Walmart. You used all your data to determine occupancy rates for the different units. These are multifamily units.
Correct, yep, apartment buildings.
So you factored for vacancy, you looked at the expenses, you yanked out a market expected cap rate, and you came up with the value of 13,034,800.
Correct.
And that would be my motion on ID number 71444.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to accept staff's recommendations of $13,034,800. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Mr.
Motion
Chair,
carries.
I'll
Mr.
go ahead
Roskinek.
and make that same motion for ID 48664 for 2023 assessed valuation of $9,552,700.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. Thanks, Rod. Now we have Bree and Craig Nicholson.
Craig Nicholson, Bree, yes.
Good morning again. This is just a follow-up meeting from the first week of appeals on tax ID 39193 owned by Craig. The property is being appealed at $1,201,400. After doing my property inspection, I found that there was no change to the improvements. The house is well-maintained and has no recent updates. I would recommend a no change at $1,201,400 with the land at $381,800 and the improvements at $819,600.
We get the GIS.
Craig was one of those ones that was concerned with the land value.
Okay. Bree, could you get me those numbers again real quick?
Total
380
$1,201,400. Land at $381,800. Improvements at $819,600.
And Mr. Chair, just for clarification, you did or did not do an inspection?
I did.
You did?
This is a continuance because I was sent back out.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I think this is in basically the same area where we've been doing I don't know of any other reasons not to go down to the 25,000 acre.
Mr. Chair?
Are you done?
You know, once I went out there and I drove around, this doesn't have the value that the Sudbury Estates does, but this is definitely better property than the.
Okay.
And I would, what we've been doing is 30,000 an acre. So I would take the 10.06 or 10.6 and multiply that times 30, and that would be my suggested value for the land, which is 318,000, I believe.
Okay.
Opposed to 381,800.
Okay, so you're suggesting
No, I'm not messing with the buildings. I don't know much about the buildings, but
that's been inspected, and so land would drop down to 318 from 381,800.
Right.
And then the structure would be 819,600.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify, Bree, so that means the value of the land that you had was, what, 38,000 an acre-ish?
36.
Yeah.
3619.
Yeah,
And most of
About
those in that area were around that 32 to 36. Is that where we were at?
It varies. I've had some at 32, some 35, some have been the 38,000.
7,600. So that, with Mr. Roskine's deal, that'd be 318 for property, and that's 30,000 per acre, which comes up to 318,000. Structured stay the same at 819,600, would bring a total of 1,137,600. Am I correct?
That's what I got.
Okay. So, sir, I think when we were doing this yesterday, we were close to a 30,000 reduction or something like that.
Well, I came in last week. I was right after the individual up there on the corner,
Kirkby.
Kirby, and he was at 25. I don't understand how we can compare horse properties, which go for a lot more money, to a property that doesn't have really a whole lot of pasture or horse potential. And there's very few places to build on that property. How we can assess it more than we do the horse properties. Obviously, one of the reasons people move out in that area is for the horse properties. And there's a drainage down through the middle of it there that it floods out, and so that open area there basically can't be built in because of the flood. But
Well,
I just don't understand why a horse property is worth more than just a building site.
well, in the spirit of trying to be equal and, treat everybody fair, the 410-acre tracts to the west, they were assessed at 37,500, and we felt that was too high. I looked at comparable sales over on Pine Grove, and then I looked at some comparable sales in your neighborhood. I came to the conclusion that 25,000 would be fair for those 10 acres. Now, and those are steep, you know what they are, and off of Rodeo Drive. And if they're at 25, it would be hard to come over to your lot that has paved frontage, it's a paved road, and you have a Pine Grove water to your lot. It'd be hard to.
And so does Pine Grove.
I
Pine Grove's
understand, but you got that
water
paved
also.
road, which is a lot better than Rodeo Drive.
But we're paying for the road in our taxes. We're a separate road district.
But the people that would buy your house would also pay for that road. So we can't, we have to have, it's got to be equal. So we can't sit there and assess them at 25 and then come over and,
So
no, Mark Kirkby was.
How do we take the property at the end of the Clydesdale, who has the same paved property? She was assessed at 25,000 last week when I was here.
But conversely, we realized that the Sudbury Estate Ranch, we know that that's probably superior to your location. So you're higher than the 410-acre tracts.
I don't agree that they're superior. You haven't got the views. For one, you can go along my road and there's places there that you've got views of Mount Rushmore and the entire. I kind
Well,
of
you're
sit
not
down in
at
the low area.
37.5. We're trying to get you down. So the 30,000 an acre to me, it's a very good.
But from 15.5 to 30,000 in one fell swoop.
Well, you can thank the market for that.
Well, I'll agree with this guy before me. I don't think I could sell the house for $1.2 million. But
anyhow,
I just don't, if you look at my property compared to some of the others along the same Clydesdale Road there.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I just wanted to make sure I knew what I was doing. So I called the owner of the 210-acre. I said, can I drive on your property? I walked the property. Then I drove all through your subdivision. And
have you walked my property though?
Yes, and I got to admit that is every home showed pride of ownership, and it's a very nice subdivision. Probably don't have the synergy that Sudbury Ranch Estates does, just simply because the covenants and whatnot. And when you get up to the Sudbury Ranch Estates, there are some lots that have views of Harney Peak Range, So that's why I could not agree at 37,000 an acre for the Hart Ranch West properties.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Mr. Laster.
And I'm sitting here listening to everything that's going on, and I'm not necessarily on line with 30,000 for your property. Let's just put it that way. I've consistently said no for whenever they value them at 25,000. However, I do have to ask the question, the property that is diagonal to yours, is that the Kirkby property that we did at 25,000?
Yes.
Yes.
So what makes Kirkby's different than his to give him 30?
That's
and
because
Kirk-
I didn't have a chance to drive out there and personally look at it. Subsequent to that, I would agree that next year he should be closer to 30,000.
And that Carolyn, at the end of the property they got it for 25,000 too, the same day. So, I mean, I just,
I mean, I guess maybe I just didn't understand why the motion was for 30, whenever those 10 acres down here were for 25, Kirkby's were 25, there's a couple in the area for 25, and then his was 30. What makes this property better and different than those other properties?
Well, okay, so that's why it's important to do site inspections. Now, when I did the research on the 10-acre tracts, that was before Kirkby's even came up, and it was just based on a map like this and location. After that, I actually wanted to drive out, and I made the decision that there's a couple neighborhoods there. There's a Rodeo Drive neighborhood, and then you go to the east, and then you got Hart Ranch West. They're different. They can't be assessed the same. Now, next year, I would assume that March is going to go back up because I think 25 does not align with what we just did for this gentleman.
So then does that mean Kirkby should be up into the 30s as well to
That's
realign
what
it?
Yeah.
So would there be I mean, I know I was on the smaller side, would there be an option to consider that one to bring it in line so that everybody's equalized?
I would not
appropriately?
object to that at all.
But I can't do that because I wasn't in the prevailing party. I'm
no,
just,
again, I can't see where we can compare a horse property. I mean, he's got stables, he's got arenas, he's got fence, and it's set up for horses. Mine's not a horse property. It doesn't have any grazing to speak of in there for horse property. I don't have a stable. I don't have fences to keep the livestock in. So,
Well, those are site improvements which are valued separately. We're just looking at the underlying land, and as I said, next year, I'm assuming that there'll be an adjustment for Mr.
but
Kirkby's.
I looked through the properties within the Clydesdale area there, and I just don't understand how all that's assessed up there because, I mean, mine was assessed at 36. You go up to Cheetah's, which I don't know what property that number is, but he's assessed at 30. My neighbor to the west has the arena and approximately 11 some acres. His is assessed at 30. So why is mine at 36?
We just reduced it to 30, sir.
Well, I'm just saying currently.
Well, because I think a lot of this, it's a mass appraisal, 54,000 parcels of, so that's why we have these appeals so that you can come in and bring this to our attention so that we can take care of it, which is exactly what we're doing today.
Yeah, I understand that. And 30 is a reduction of what I've got right now, but, when I was in here last time, it was at 25, and I don't know, it just seems that if Kirkby's got that.
When was the last time that you were here?
2 weeks ago.
same day the Kirkby's were heard.
Yes, I was right after Kirkby.
Okay.
Yeah.
The 11th.
Okay, folks, we know what the
motion?
problem is. No, we don't have a motion on the floor yet.
So-
I read off the numbers at 30,000, which is, I think, you guys come up with 318,000 for the land and 819,600 for structure, and that would come up to 1,137,600.
That's what I have.
Okay. That's what was been discussed. Is there a motion towards that, or?
I also have an appeal on the house, on the structure.
Okay. we can visit on that, I guess, before we make a motion.
Yep, sir.
Good.
So what they're at is that they're 18, now you object to the structure also,
Yes.
okay? First of all, what do you think it's worth? So I have a number to work with.
What did I don't have that number that I gave you.
I would have to look. I don't either. No. Oh,
The one that I filled out in the.
so this is our value. Here's the email.
All right, so I'm just gonna basically say, the structure itself, let's see here. Where's the structure at right now?
Equalization has the building cost value at 811,900.
Okay. With the house and the shed, I'm gonna say that, the house that, I guess I have questions about the comparables. The house I'm gonna say is closer to, $780,000. The comps that I got, none of them were for the type of house I have. I have an executive house with one bedroom up and two bedrooms down. The one that was closest, my house was built in 1995, and the house that they're comparing it to is in 2008. It has a square foot, mine has a 2,225 square foot versus theirs at 2,264. Mine has a patio concrete. They have a fairly large deck. It's a horse property. And the one that, what is it? The comp two is the one that's closest to mine. It has a very sizable stable. Mine's is a 30 by 40 pole building. His is finished. It's got water and it's completely finished off on the inside. So I guess my contention is that I don't really see a comparable that's going to fit the same description as mine.
So you don't have an exact number you would like us to come up with a number?
Yeah, 785 is what.
You believe in
what I
785?
said. Yeah.
I would go.
When the house was sold to me, it was on the market for 2.5 years, and that's because it's a executive home with one bedroom up.
What was that number?
He feels it's 785.
785, and then if we add the 318 for the land.
Yeah.
He's asking for a reduction of 34.6 on the buildings.
225. That'd be $495 a square foot, land and building. And then you can go across and look at these sales on a per square foot. You've got one at 518, 526, 393, 371, 344. Can I ask how you arrived at that?
Just based off of the last year's. I guess I don't have any
So I'd look to the board. I think we have two options. The first option is to keep the structure value the same of what staff recommendation with the land change at 318,000, structure 819,600 with a total of 1,137,600. Or the second option would be a reduction to 785,000 for the structure, 318,000 for the land, which would come up to a total of 1,103,000.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskindek.
Bree, what would, out of those 5 comparable sales, which 2 do you think would be most comparable to the subject property?
I chose 3 and 4. They do have slightly more land. They're the same quality. Slight updates, but they're average quality type homes. One recently sold for 1.4. 4 is older. It has had little to no updates, less basement finish, same quality, and that's sold for $950.
So right now, we have a unit price on 3 at $526 a square foot. And right now, the subject, I think adjusting it, let me double check on the land. So we get 1 million, we're at 1 million divided by 2. So the subject would be, if we do the reduction in the land value, the subject would be at 511 per square foot, which would be lower than comp 3 at 526. So I don't know, I'd go with the first motion.
I'm going to make the motion to go with the 318,000 for the land, and that's giving the reduction down to 30,000, and keeping the structure at 819,600 with a total of 1,137,600.
Second.
A motion, and I have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion
No.
carries.
What was the figure again? 1 million?
137,600. And that's 318,000 for land and 819,600 for the structure.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
If the board would like to reconsider the Kaler property, I think you were talking about, Kara would have to find the parcel number and the numbers again, because we've got the appeal form is back up in the office, but she's got the minutes of it if you want to do that. Otherwise,
That Kaler,
That was from the 11th. We did it on April 11th.
That was the Kirkby property that was.
Kirkby, I'm
That was
sorry.
exactly, which is exactly across the street from the one we just
Yes.
did here. Based on
Wrong
the,
realtor, Kirkby.
yeah,
Yeah.
Kirkby. Based on the property values being unequalized, with this one being at 30,000 and Kirkby's being at 25,000, it should be reconsidered.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drew.
I think it can be adjusted next year. I'm not in favor of reconsidering something that a person came in and actually made the personal appeal on, so I'm not going to support that.
I agree. I think we can adjust it next year. I don't want to open up again I think it's I don't know how to put that. But, we made listen to them and then we changed our process afterwards. And to do it while they're not here in front of us, I think is unfair. But I do agree that we'll adjust it.
I would have to say that we all have a better understanding of that area of the Black Hills.
That's my thought process. Ms. Hadcock.
I wasn't here for that, but I think what we figured out, we're not always perfect, and we figured it out through doing other land sales. At this time, I believe probably at that time, if it was going forward, it would have been 30.
Yeah.
But what is done is done. I don't think myself, even though I go back, even though, I might have been wrong. So, just because, like I said, we started looking into the properties a little bit more and getting better at that area. Asked Bree, she even said it was kind of hard to figure out some of those properties, then, I understand where Travis is going because he wants to make sure it's equalized.
Yeah.
And then people keep coming in at the 25. But like I said, we are people that are learning some of this process as we go along. Doesn't matter how long we've been here. So understanding where you're going, Travis, but going back is not a good idea.
So we had the conversation, I mean, you can definitely make that motion.
No, I was not in the prevailing party.
Oh, okay,
I
so-
cannot make that motion.
So, oh, sorry. So it sounds, so it sounds like you asked for it, and I think your feedback is to wait. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Laster. Where are we at?
Okay, so Robin Grant is property owner. Do you have something in front of you?
I don't.
I got,
I do.
Oh, I do.
Okay, Shannon has a recommendation on that. He's not going to be here, so she'll do that, and then I think we've got another property owner that's up next that's here.
Okay. Ms. Champion.
So this property is 58027. They were late in getting onto the schedule. They called late Monday night. I went out Tuesday morning to see this property, and we actually came to an agreement. So the original value was at 425,400. After seeing the property, I did lower it to 375,400. And they did agree on that.
And what you put on the land and
The land is at 64,800. That did not change.
okay, and your building.
The home is at 310,600.
That'd be my motion.
Motion by
Second.
Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thanks. Okay, Steve, is that Steve Holland up next?
Next one is Hovland.
Hovland.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's what it is. It's hard for me to see.
That's right.
Ms. Champion again.
Yes. So this property is number 49949. This is going to be located about 9.5 miles out Nemo Road. It'll be the first property off of Norris Peak. And this is on ag land, so the dispute is only on the house.
Okay.
The home is a 1934 one-story at just over 1,300 square feet. There's only 600 square feet finished in the basement. There's a 1,000 square foot finished attached garage. There are other structures on the property as far as a stable barn structure and a small lean-to. It sits on 900 acres, or I'm sorry, 10 acres. And the current value on the house is 196,600. Reappraisal was done this past summer. I did talk to Michelle, the owner, and I was able to get in a portion of the house at that time because they had done some changes in access to the basement and stuff, and she wanted me to make sure that that was accurate. So I was able to see a portion of it. They added a bathroom, and I did add a little bit of living space as far as that portion where you see on the garage is a mudroom there, so I did add some living space to that portion at that time. So with the comparables that I have given you, looking at number 3 is our best one. That one is located off of or southwest of Hill City, and that is a 1944 build, and just over 1,000 square feet, no finish in the basement, and no other structures. It is on a 2.5 acre piece, and in 2020 it sold for $330,000. Also, number 4 is located on Playhouse Road. It is a 1939 build, and that one is 1,400 square feet. Also, that one is on no basement and no other structures. The acres it's on is 16.68. Sold in 2022 for $605,000. If we remove the land, the structure is $289,800. I did throw in an extra sale in there that is located much closer to the subject property. It's just outside of town on Nemo Road, and that one is was built in 1934, 1,100 square feet. It is on a basement, fully unfinished. Has a 290 square foot attached garage and a 576 detached garage. It sold in 2022 for $297,000. And when they bought it, they had full intention to completely gut the entire house and remodel the whole thing.
So to clarify, your suggestion is 24,100 for the land, which is ag, 196,000 for residents, which gives it a total of 224,000 total for this.
So the ag land is actually 3,000. That 24,100 are the ag structures. So those would both stay the same.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that, don't I? So 3,000 for the ag land, 24,100 for ag buildings, 196,900 for residential, what comes up total of 224,000?
Correct.
Okay. Made that same mistake yesterday. Okay, sir. Stephen?
Yeah.
Given her comparables, Stephen, looks like a pretty reasonable assessment. What's your reason, what would be your assessment and why?
Well, given some history, that home that I live in was originally a quarter of the upstairs barrack from Ellsworth Air Force Base. My grandfather moved it in 1934, or it was built in 1934 originally. He moved it in 1966. So the construction of that home is nothing like you'd see today. I mean, the bathrooms are very small. The closets are small. I still have the old original plumbing, a lot of the old original wiring. And what I believe is this house is not, I know taxes are going up and valuations are going up in Black Hills. Everybody knows that. To the point where it's kind of extreme, over exaggerated prices. And I'm just here to tell you that if you built a house brand new today and set it next to mine would never sell because it's not up to modern construction standards. People wouldn't, it's designed completely wrong. You know, everything's small. So fair market value is, well, fair market value for what? I mean, I don't see any direct comparables here. I don't know what these other houses have, the size of their bedrooms and their bathrooms and their basements and closets and all of that. I looked at this home as, this ranch has been in the family for 104 years. It's 2019, we got a state certificate of a century-old ranch. Got to meet with the governor. And that's the basis on this, why I own this place. It's to raise cattle. It's a home. It's not a house. And I with everything the way it looks, I'm going to be passing that on to my children and my grandchildren. So it's just because people are moving to this Black Hills, that's beautiful, it's great, but they're paying exaggerated prices for homes that I believe are reflecting back onto my house, and I don't think that's fair.
Thank, thank you, sir, and you're not the first one to express that to this board the last 3 days. People have had the same concerns, but Equalization's office has to go by sales and what the values are. And quite frankly, this is a really fair one, one of the most fairest ones I've seen in the last 3 days. So I just wanted to express that to you. If you could can you bring up the picture of the house? That'd be great, because I think the exterior is pretty good. You know, it's 196,000. Yeah, I think that's
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Mr.
So,
Chair.
Stephen, on the house, so what I understood you to say on the house, about 25% of it came from Ellsworth Air Force Base. Is that
Three-quarters of it, yeah.
three-quarters of it?
Yes.
Okay. And so then in 1990, is that when the addition was added on and
The house was basically done in 1966.
oh, it was,
The
okay.
garage was added on around 1990.
Okay, okay.
That's it.
Okay, okay. So the garage is probably the only thing that's up to code as far as wiring is concerned then, maybe?
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. Roskinek.
Sir, is that a rental house now?
My house?
Yeah, no,
No.
this property here.
No.
Okay.
No, it never has been.
You live there?
I do.
Okay. So the utility is a single-family residence that has electrical, plumbing, heat?
Correct.
And I think that's what somebody looking to buy in that neighborhood, the first thing they're gonna wanna know is if it's got plumbing, electric, and heat. Granted, a lot of it's outdated. I always look at things on a price per square foot. I've been doing that for the last 3 or 4 days we've been doing this. So you're 196.9, if I divide that by 1,310, that would be your gross living area above grade that is livable. Comes out $150 a square foot. If I take the 5 cells and I divide them and I add each what they're being assessed at, or I guess their contribution on a sale, it's about $200 a square foot. So that would be roughly $50 per square foot above your home. And with that being said, what would your recommendation be per square foot? We're already below the average of the 5 comparable sales.
And rightfully so. Correct. I mean, fair market is fair market. I hate using this phrase, but you can put lipstick on a pig and it's still okay.
I know the phrase.
Okay. Sorry to say it. I still have pride in my home.
Understand.
It does have curb appeal. The reason that, we like to keep it looking nice. Sometimes we curse Mother Nature. It looks nice because it gets hail on every few years, So basically, it looks nice by default, which is kind of what I'm getting at. So, but the construction, I think, let's go back to, I visited with my insurance agent, and they have a cost calculator on homes, on what a home is valued at.
Oh, yeah.
And basically, it's construction costs.
That's depreciation.
Right, per square foot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in the last, since the COVID hit, construction costs have gone through the roof. Now they're going down. But what was the construction cost in 1966? That's fair.
I built the house in 1980 on Rapid Creek where you go across North Peak. And I built that house for $80,000.
Yeah.
It was pretty cheap.
Yeah. So what my point is I feel that people are moving to the Black Hills. And They're moving from someplace. Why they leave, politics, whatever. They're coming here and they're selling their piece of property, say in California, a little box for $1 million, right? 900 square foot house for $1 million. Well, they come out here and they got money to spend and a shortage of homes. They don't care. We'll give you more than what you're asking just so we can move. Okay. And I feel that that's reflecting on everybody else.
Last week I was in Pierre, and Wendy Semler, she's the head of property tax with the state of South Dakota. And somebody from the audience says, same thing you said, people are coming in. And what about these people that are coming in and paying prices that we could never even dream of? And she said, we will not consider that if it's just here, there. But she says when so many of them come in, then they create a market. And you can't ignore the market. It's just, it isn't an outlier. It becomes a market in itself. And that's what we, as citizens of Black Hills, that's what we're facing. Every commissioner sitting here is going through the same issue.
Mr. Chair.
Let's get back to the assessment.
Mr. Chair, I just have
Mr. Laster.
I have a 6-acre lot, or not lot, 6-acre farm out in New Underwood, and I'm looking for a place similar in size, and yours is valued less than mine is. And so I would say that I think we're pretty spot on this one, because you're set up, if you're interested in selling it, I think I would go in there and buy it for this price pretty darn quick. And I'm here in South Dakota, and it's because I need to move to a little bit bigger place. So
I'm going to put a motion on the floor of 3,000 for the ag land, 100 for the building, ag building, 900 for the residential, with a total assessment of 224,000.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Is there any further discussion from the board?
Only thing I'm gonna read the unit prices on the 5 sales. So sale 1, $314 a square foot. Sale 2, $194 a square foot. Sale 3, $200 a square foot. Sale 4, $166. Sale 3, $200, and then sale 5, the one closest to Rapid, $118. So
And his was
the 150.
His is 150.
That it supports the 150. That's what the market's doing.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
You bet.
Thank
Have a good day.
Thank you.
You too.
The next on the schedule is Diggler, and he called to say he'll be calling in on Zoom, and hasn't yet. Then after that is Acres, and we expect him to be in, but he isn't here yet, so suggest maybe good time for a break.
That's what I suggest.
Move for a break, 5-minute break.
Yep, we'll be here. All in favor, say aye.
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 Long morning already?
On video.
We'll reconvene as the Board of Equalization. Ms. Shannon, who do we have on Zoom?
Mr. and Mrs. Diggler?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so Scott is the appraiser from the Equalization Office. He'll have some comments. The board might ask some questions, and then you can say what you want. The board might have some questions, and the board will make a decision this morning.
Sounds good. I'll let Scott start it out.
All right. Good morning, Scott Dressler. We're looking at tax ID 54748. This is at 6406 Muirfield Drive. It's out at the Red Rocks Golf Course. The 2023 assessment mailed at $978,800. That was $89,300 on the land, $898,500 on the buildings. This property was appealed to the local board at Rapid City. Rapid City moved the value back to last year's number, which was $797,600 total value. We've brought this appeal back up to the county level through conversations with Stephanie and Martin. I got to go out and take a look at the property. I had some concerns about the quality grade on it. Going through the home, there was an adjustment made for quality. We came down one step from a very good to a very good minus after doing the full review of the home. So I do have a value recommendation for this year. My recommended assessed value for 2023 is going to be a total value of $887,500. That's 89.3 on the land and 798.2 on the structures.
Thank you, Scott. And you did go and get the site visit?
Yep, I did a
And
full
that's-
interior exterior with them a couple weeks ago.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So, Scott, it was after your site visit that you dropped it, that $100,300?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So my recommendation was after getting to take a look at the home, the number that we mailed out at was not representative of the property that I went to. So just the information on the home, it's a 2015 build. It's just under 2,600 square feet above grade. It has a basement of about 1,850 square feet. We're saying 1,608 of that is finished area. It's 6 beds, 4 bathrooms with an 826 square foot attached garage. This home doesn't sit directly on the golf course, but it does still sit in that neighborhood that is right there immediately surrounding Red Rocks Golf Course. With the comparables I have for you, my focus is going to be on comps number 3 and 4. They're both sales that happened this last year in 2022. They're very similar in age to the subject. They're in the same quality grade as the subject. Comp number 3 on Bandon Lane is about 150 square feet larger on the main floor, but it has about 150 square feet less finish in the basement. It's 6 bed, 4 full and 1 half bathroom. It sold in June of 22 for $960,000. And then comp number 4 is at 6443 Muirfield Drive. It's just down the road. It's a 2017 build, same quality grade. It's 2,975 square feet above grade, no basement, 4 bed, 3 bath, and that one sold for $850 in July of 2022. If we look at all 5 comps, their sale price per square foot averages out to $372 a foot. If we eliminate the high and the low price per square foot sale, we come out with an average of $366 a foot. My recommendation on the Diggler's home would be at $342 a foot, so in line with what comparables are selling for. And really my focus on those comps 3 and 4 was their current year, same quality, similar in size, similar in location.
Is there any questions for Scott from the board?
Mr. Chair, just a statement. So thanks for breaking that out per square foot because that's how we best understand it. And so his original 2023 assessment was 987.8. And if you break that out per square foot, it's 380 a square foot. So essentially, you've recommended a reduction of $40 a square foot, roughly 38.
And with that, it's accounting for the quality difference compared to what we had. We hadn't had an interior inspection on the home. Some of the finishes were less than what would be expected at a straight, very good quality. So still a very nice home, just not quite where we had it at before.
Thanks, Scott. Now I'll go to Stephanie and Martin. And so Stephanie and Martin, you still disagree with the reassessment after he came out and took a look?
Yes, we first of all want to thank Scott for coming to our home. And I'm sorry that we cannot be in person today because I came down with severe pain and I'm really unable to walk or sit in car to come to the board today. But at least we are thankful that we can do that on the Zoom. But the assessment value had just been skyrocketing. As Scott said, our home, we built it in 2016. We moved here in May of 2016. We've been here. We have not done any upgrade. The material used in the home, some of them are owner value, the doors. We have 4 kits. We had a lot of dings and stuff like that on the doors and things like that. We have not done any remodeling or upgrade on anything. And going back to the assessment value in 2000,
22.
yeah, 2022, and even going back to 2020, we were at 604. Then 2021, we went up to 664.300. Yeah, so that was in 2021. And then 2022, we jumped up to 797, and which, you know, understanding, comparing around here, that's a huge jump, but we did not argue appeal that at the time. So we received our assessment value for this year, 2023, which went up to 987 1,800. So we started questioning. We have not done any remodeling or anything to the house. We have the same material that was used since the house was built, and we was questioning why is it that the value is jumping this high. And I know there are comparisons that are being done, and so we are comparing apple and orange. And some of these houses, they have different qualities of things that are built. That they'll build with and things like that.
Like the house across the street actually has a lot of electronics and technology in it. It does not have a basement, but it's a very high electronic, a smart house, I guess is what you would call it.
Yeah, so that would be
Comp 4.
Comp 4, Comp 4 is the house down there that we compare us. So
Comp 1.
So you're
Comp 1 is across the road from us that has more remodeling. The guy put a big garage, adding to the other 3-car garage for his boat, and so that value are expected to go up with everything that is being done. Again, like I know some of these assessments are being based on the market value, what the market is at this time. 2020 to 2022, the market was going up, home values were going up, people were buying, selling at a high price. I understand that, but now there has been a stall where homes are sitting, like even we have a home next to us here on Prestwick, which is 6720 Prestwick Road. And that home has been assessed at 1,500,000. And they have been on the market for about a year now, and it is listed for 1,499,000, and there is nobody coming to buy, and all of homes also in the same category. And as a family of 4, and we moved here 2014. Family of 6 and our 4 kids. We moved here in 2014, knowing that Rapid City is a good place for us to come to live and to raise our kids. And we sacrifice and build this home. But with the home value being increased, like doubling basically and tripling, I can say, it's just make us to question as to what is going on. Are we going to be able to afford paying the tax on this home as it being assessed? And so we feel like our home should be compared to Comp 5 here, which is our next door house here. We have the same identical
The land value
Yeah,
and the building cost.
yeah, the land value and the building costs are for the same. So yes, again, we thank Scott for coming to assess our home, but we feel like yes, the city, when we went to the city, they said um, our value, our assessment value should be taken back to 2022 to 797, which we agreed to at the time, but then the county called and said that they don't agree with that. And then Scott brought his assessment down in the middle, but we feel like our home should be around, our property should be around
2022 value.
I mean, about around like 800,000. We're not per se saying we should go back to the 2022 value, but I don't think there has been any change from that to take us to what we have been assessed at um, 887.
887,
Yeah,
500.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we feel like our home value and being that based on the fact that we have not made any change, any improvement or anything like that, we should be around 800.
Okay, so Martin, yeah, I mean, everything you expressed, we've had several owners having that same concern. And we understand that our staff does market value and they do it at the November of last year is that date. And things could change by November of this year because interest rates have changed and that affects buying power, so that could change. But I am going to go to the board for some thoughts and considerations. And I just don't, I want you to understand that the board understands your feelings on how these have increased, but it's done by market value, not just because we think it's worth more.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
So when you guys, I don't think you meant comp 5 when you said it the second time. The first time you said comp 4. Scott, you dropped it down to 887.5, right?
Yes.
Okay, so comp 4 is 895.541. Did you know that? So when you guys were doing comparables, Mr. and Mrs. Ziegler, yours is actually less than now. So then comp 4.
Yeah,
So
we are not saying come for, I think we referring
Sold
to,
at 850, yeah.
yeah. So comes 4, so at 850, but we're talking about come 5, which is near us, I mean, behind our house. That's why we saying because we think we had the same land. They're like 0.5 and our land size is like 0.43. And so now what Scott is comparing us to is COM 3 and COM 4. That's Scott comparison.
okay, so comp 5 is worth, what, $1,080,000?
So that line would be the adjusted sale price.
Okay.
So that would be taking what was paid for it in 2021 and then
Okay.
adjusting for the differences. That house on Maidstone, it's older. It's that one step higher on the quality scale. It's smaller on the main with similar amounts of basement finish. So when we make those adjustments to that $800,000 purchase, it would have indicated a little over $1 million there is the adjusted
Okay.
sale price.
So again, that is worth more money than yours. And he put it at $1 million something. So bottom line, if you look at all the comps, yours is less than all the comps that he put in there at 8,875 because he dropped about 90,000 off of yours this year. I don't know if you had heard that when he first started. For me, because of the comparables, because of what Scott had just did, Ron is right. The 342 a square foot instead of the 380, I think was pretty fair. So I think Scott did a good job. He went and reevaluated, which I appreciated. He listened to what you said, and he did drop the quality of the building about 0.38 on your quality of your building, which dropped you about, like I said, about 90,000. So I think based on that, I would agree with the assessment.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm gonna go down the line, Mr. Roskinek.
So Martin, you mentioned comp one and comp two, or comp five. And so how we look at these, so you can dial it in more, we look at it per square foot. So if you take the average of comp five and comp one, they paid roughly $373 per square foot. You were assessed at $380 a square foot. The county has dropped it down to $342 a square foot. And this is how we adjust for these other two properties being maybe a little bit superior to yours. And so that's how we have arrived to our proposed assessed value of $887,500.
I would go to the board, excuse me, Mr. Laster.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to uphold the current recommendation, land 89-3, building 798-2, with a total of 887,500 based on the evidence provided.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to accept the adjusted recommendation from Scott in the office. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Martin.
Thanks, Martin and Stephanie.
Stephanie, we appreciate you.
Thank you for your time.
Have a great day.
Next on the schedule is Kyle Akers with Christina.
Christina.
Hello, my name is Christina. I'm an appraiser with the Equalization Office. This appeal is in regard to two tax IDs, number 67380, which is the bare land parcel, and 67382, which is the improved parcel, which are located next to one another. The owners are Denise and Kyle Akers. You should have 2 pages in front of you for each parcel. The subject's location accesses off of Neck Yoke Road at 23822 Ranch View Court. The mailed out assessment for the improved parcel was for $1,222,100. That is for $376,100 for land and $846,000 for improvements. The mailed out assessment for the bare land parcel was for $376,200. My recommendation is to keep these values the same. The improved subject parcel is located on a 10.10 acre land parcel, which is the typical size lot for this area. The bare land parcel is located on a 10.11 acre land parcel. The subject property is a 2-story home built in 2018 with 5 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms, and a total of 3,488 square foot living area above grade, a 1,516 square foot basement area with no finish, and also a 2,240 square foot shop building on their property. The owner's main concern is from what I understood, was their land increase and its comparability to other land parcels in the neighborhood. They stated that their bare land lot's topography is flat, has one small tree growing in the ditch, and has no water to it. They continue stating that their improved lot is flat and has one pine tree growing on it, has no rolling topography or rock formations, and has no tree cover, and wasn't comparable to other lots located at Sudbury Ranch. Although their lot's topography is not identical to the other parcels, this is still a highly desirable neighborhood, and there is a market for buyers who do prefer level pasture land. To my knowledge, there is electricity and water available to their lot line, just like the surrounding lots, which the owners could pay to bring to their desirable building site. I responded to the owner's appeal letter some time ago in which I stated Having no water to your property along with no septic does not affect property sales. Now that I've reread my letter that I wrote to them, I was intending to portray that with the lack of utilities on the site, that has not impacted bare land sales in this neighborhood. Another concern of theirs was that the Pine Grove water system had no more taps for sale and that no one could compel them to sell more taps. I checked their website and it did indicate that at this time there is no restriction on membership tap sales on the system. The same circumstances also occurred to the lots that were sold in Sudbury Ranch, as well as other bare land parcels in the area. My best two comparable sales for their improved lot are sales number 3 and 4 and 5. 3 and 4 are the same property that sold twice, about 19 months apart, which represented about a 35% appreciation in sales prices. This home is smaller than the subject, similar quality of construction, much older year built, slightly smaller attached garage, and has about 1,000 square foot finished basement area where the subject, again, has no finished basement. And it sold for $950,000 in January of 2022. Comparable sale number 5 is smaller than the subject, similar quality of construction, older than the subject, slightly smaller attached garage, has over a 2,000 square foot basement finished area where the subject again has no finished basement area, and it sold for $1.4 million in July of 2021. These sales bracket the subject. Based upon the adjustments that were made to the comparable sales to make them exactly like the subject property, I believe the $1,222,100 is an appropriate indicator of market value, which is $376,000 for land and $846,000 for improvements, as well as their bare land parcel for $376,200.
Thank you, Christine. Is there any questions from the board for Christina? Seeing none, I would go to Mr.
Did you go out and look at this property?
I did drive by it.
Okay, so it's flat and one tree, but if you look to the west, do you have any view at all of the Harney Range?
Not that I could see.
Okay.
Can I answer that, sir?
Yes.
Through the trees you do, yes.
What's that?
Through the trees you do. I have a picture of it if you want, if you'd like
that
to
would
look.
probably help me.
I'll give you these if you.
And I'll let you, I was just going to the board for comment first, and then I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Akers.
Okay, so for one thing, the Sudbury Ranch development, the lots that were sold, I have a description of when the lots are sold. Can I read the description to the board? It's just real quick, it's a paragraph. You have found your piece of heaven in the Black Hills. This is the last available lot in the area and is a beauty, featuring private building site with trees on three sides, plus views out front towards the Needles. You may also have canyon views out the back depending on building site. Gorgeous homes surround the subdivision. This lot is ready to build and ready for immediate possession. Association water system and power to the lot line. Buyer will be responsible for the meter fee for water as well as septic system and propane. You won't find a better location within minutes of Rapid City. And I can give that to the...
I think we're fine, but.
So it is not Pine Grove Water System. They had their own well. It was a subdivision. They drilled their own well. They had their own well. They were brought to the lot line. There's a meter pin at the lot line. My lot is Pine Grove Water System. We did have a meeting Friday. Because of an engineering study, they decided to sell more taps to it. The taps are $25,000 for the tap. I'm responsible for the meter pit, digging it across the road, and the expense for that too. So their lots were sold, and this one sold for $399. It had a meter pit there. It had water to the lot line. I'm gonna, if I was to sell this as a building lot, I would have to pay the $25,000 lot or tap fee plus to build it in. And like I said, this describes trees, canyons, all that. Mine is completely flat. My neighbor's backyard of the shop is in the view of it. I don't feel that it is worth that price. If you look at a comparable lot right next to mine on the other side, I can give you the tax ID for that.
So I'm just going to clarify for the board. I think we're going to take up 67380 first. That's the 10 acres.
Yep.
Just, so that's what, because
Okay.
that's what you're going on right now.
Yes, so right next to me is a lot that is fenced and has horse pasture, has a barn on it. It is 13.05 acres. The tax ID number is 23845. It is owned by a subject in Colorado. If we go with my lot, it is 37,600 and change, rounding it off per acre. So his lot is partially treed. The animals can get shelter out of the wind. It has a barn on it. It has a water tap on it, and that is valued at 31,636 an acre. And it's right adjoining. I share a fence with that property. So I'm just asking for clarification why mine, which is flat, no trees, no topography, no water, is worth more than next to it.
Okay, Mr. Aker, I'll go, we've taken up this subject quite often in the last couple of days, so.
Thank you
I'm
for your
just,
time for.
I think we got some people pushing numbers, so I'm going to go to the board and see if they can give you a motion that would work.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
So we're
Ruskin.
talking about the one that's highlighted now,
Yes, that is correct.
and that's 10.11 acres. And so my feeling, based on what we've been doing, is just based on the proximity to Neck Yoke Road, which is paved, and then the being adjacent to Coyote Flats, I was thinking 32,500 an acre opposed to the current. Trees are a pretty big factor, you know, that if there was a lot next to yours and it had trees, it would definitely, there'd be a difference in price, in my opinion. So 32.5 is what I feel would be comparable compared to what we've done so far.
What's that total run?
Let me do that real quick. 328,200.
Chairman.
328,200.
Correct.
Miss, are you done, Ron?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Hadcock.
I agree with Ron. We've been doing a lot of the land between 30, well, 25 on some, but for other reasons, but 30 on average. And the guy that was closest to you as well, I think, in fact, I think he's above you, was about 32. So for me, that 328.2 sounds pretty fair based on comparables and what we've been doing in the surrounding area. You've had a lot of people come in around your area.
I understand. I've heard that. Can I bring up one more thing about another neighbor on Coyote Flats?
One more.
So at 23840 Coyote Flats Road, they have a residence, swimming pool, horse ranch. It's all fenced. It is 20 acres. I don't know the total value, but the land was valued at 600,000 at 20 acres, so it's 30,000 an acre. They have a private well to fill their swimming pool and for livestock water, and then they have the association water for drinking water to it. So that house is valued way over, I think it's 1.7, over 1.7. So how come their property is 30,000 an acre, and and they have tree lots, they have view of a canyon, city lights, and again, it seems like that property would be worth so much more than mine.
Kyle, sometimes we learn as we go, and that's what this board has done in this last 3 days. We finally come together and come up with some common ground. That's why I let them work some of these numbers of where we're at. I guarantee you that we're going to be able to find some that are a little bit lower, somewhere higher. We're trying to get in that average part, but I guarantee you, this board's coming together in the last 2 days to come up with a common denominator to be able to present to you, and that's where they're at today.
Mr. Chair, can I address it a little bit too? Usually when you buy more acreage, it's less per acre because you're buying in bulk. It's just like anything you buy in bulk. So if you're getting smaller, if you want to take that 20 acres at 30, that means we should consider yours on economy of scales, maybe 32,000 an acre rather than 30,000 an acre. I think they're giving you a break based on some of the stuff that we've gone through right now.
And that makes perfect sense, but I'm sitting on 20 acres of pasture. They're sitting on 20 acres of pasture, and their property is 7,000 an acre less.
Chairman,
That's all I was saying. And just looking for it to be fair, that's all.
Yes.
So.
Ms. Hancock.
I'm going to make a motion. I talked with Ron. Also, we've been doing everything about on 30, and so that'd be 303, 303,000 at
And the reason
30.
I'll support that, we really can't,
That was the
She's in the
motion
middle of a
first.
motion.
Hold on,
That was
yeah,
the motion.
I'm gonna second that motion for
okay.
discussion.
So Ms. Hancock's motion was at 30,000 an acre, and you come up with 303,000.
Yes.
And you motioned your
I'll
second?
second that.
Second, okay.
I'll, just for discussion, the reason I can do that is just because, you know, the one that you mentioned, but also, that one tree, that worries me, so. I've had other people close to the Rapid City, and that was their saying, look at, you know, over there, on Samus Trail, I don't have any trees. And then I started looking at the sales that were used to assess him, and they all had trees. And I think that's really important, that canopy and that vegetation, so I can live with the 30,000
Okay,
acre.
so I have a motion on the floor. I am going to go to a vote, and I think that, from what you just told me, that's the same as your neighbor, so that seems fair. So any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries, and that was just the land only, tax ID 6738. Now we go to his second appeal, which is 67382. And this is land, building, with the recommendation from the office, Equalization Office is 1,220,100, and that breaks it down to 376,100 for land, which is 10.110 acres, a building 846, and total 1,220,100. And Mr. Akers, are you objecting to both land and building values?
I couldn't make a good argument for the building, but the land the same. Again, you saw the aerial photo, there's a tree out there. I probably have 150 trees on there. They don't grow. I replace them every year. I buy them from the county. I can't get anything to grow. You look at all the neighbors, their trees.
I think they're coming up with the same fair offer. Somebody is.
Yep. So,
Well, I would have to go more than 30 an acre on that, simply because it has highway frontage, and so you can't, I think we have to take into consideration that paved frontage has value.
Okay, and 376,100 is what Christina has it at?
can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Sure.
Why would the paved frontage have a value? Because I don't have an approach off of Neck Yoke, and all it does is noise for pasture. It's a deterrent, actually.
Oh, well, I can't tell if you got an approach from here,
I
but
don't, yeah. I come in off of the gravel road, so. I mean,
So-
during the rally time, it is not a plus to have paved frontage.
okay, well then, I can live with the 30,000, be consistent with, if you had an approach off of, I would have to say that, I'd probably have to go to something like 32.5, but if we do the 30,000,
1,149 for both.
is that 10.1?
Yes, I believe.
Yes.
So it'd be at 303 again.
303, okay. I have no motion.
I'll make a,
Go
ahead, Deb.
No, you go ahead.
I'll make a motion to, for the land value on this particular parcel, 303,000 or 30,000 an acre for 10.1 acres.
And buildings at 846,000.
Which is 1,149,300, right?
I
1,149,300.
Yep,
Just kidding.
1,149,000.
Oh, 149,300?
No, I just got 1,149,000.
I just got 1,149,000. Is that?
I hear a lot of people talking, but I need one number.
1,149,000.
Yes,
Yep.
okay. I apologize because I thought you said 303,300 on the land at the beginning.
Okay, so we're at 303,000
For the land.
for the land, 846,000 for the property with a total assessment of 1,149,000.
Yes,
Okay,
second.
you're happy.
Yes.
Okay, go to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Akers.
Thank you, everybody.
You just asked me if he was happy.
Yeah.
Okay, kids.
Shannon.
The next appeal is multiple parcels. Rich Huffman is here representing the owners of those. Multiple parcels, we're going to have to do some of them one at a time. Rod has a recommendation to change one of them. Mr. Huffman is okay with that. And as I understand, there's several parcels that withdraw the appeal. So maybe act on those and then go the rest of them one at a time.
Yes.
4 or 5 after that.
Yeah, they give us the numbers. So, yeah, the ones that we can act on right away, there's no objections to, we'll take those up. And Mr. Huffman, you're okay with all this? Okay.
Sir.
All right, good morning, Board. Rod Sletton again with Equalization. So I just want to make sure that you all have the packet that I put together. One of those does have this sheet, got a few highlighted in blue and one in green. So the one in green, tax ID 70819, that one we've come to an agreement with. It's essentially a drainage lot. And so the value change on that is 70,300.
Hold on, let me find that one again. I found that paper. You're looking at,
There's Shepherd Hills.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's what's gonna take us a long time to find that.
70819 is where you're starting?
70819, tax ID. The new agreed upon value is $70,300. This is what you might be looking for.
So do you want to put that?
Yeah, I
Oh,
got-
we don't have one of these sheets for it? We just have that blue
That's
sheet?
what I'm looking for.
What's that now?
We only have that blue sheet, blue and yellow highlighted. We don't have the sheet like this for it. Is that correct?
Okay, I think so. So this is what we have to go
Okay.
by. So we have, it's tax ID 70819.
Correct.
Shepherd Hill Drainage Lot, 0.13 square acres. And you agree upon a value,
70,300.
70,300. So that's 13 cents a square foot is what we value our drainage lots at.
okay, is there a motion for
That'd be
that?
my motion.
Move to approve assessed value of 70,300 for tax ID 70819.
It's moved by Rosknecht, seconded by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next one.
So on that same list, there are 5 additional, and those are essentially withdraws. So the entire appeal initially had 12 parcels that we looked at, spent some time with Mr. Huffman. We have our ag appraiser who you talked with, Ms. Shannon Champion. So he's talked with her on some of those. I've done some of the commercial, and then we have a residential. So we have had 3 different appraisers that have spent time with them.
At this point, we just need to make a motion of no change in all of those.
Yes.
I would withdraw the appeals.
Withdraw it, so we don't have to
Do
even
it.
You want me
take.
to give you the numbers?
No, that's
I'll
fine.
need the tax ID numbers.
I'll read
for
them
you.
off.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
We can do that.
We didn't
He's
make a
withdrawing
motion.
them, so
Right.
she's just gonna,
Okay.
needs the numbers.
The tax ID, no, thank you.
There you go. So withdrawing it, we have to take no action on it. So next,
All right, so now we're going to deal with the commercial land parcels. So in the document that I prepared, we're looking at the one that has 4 tax IDs at the top right corner. The first one is 72400. And also in the same conversation is going to be tax ID 67015.
okay, I got that.
73455, 72590. So they're all different parcels, but it's all the same conversation. We're essentially valuing this area in a modeling sense.
Mr. Chair, can I get the last two numbers, please?
73455, 72590. It's the one that has the four, you got it?
73455 and
73455, 72590.
Is this under the BH Capital?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you say there was 4 numbers, right?
Yeah, there's 4 numbers. I'll read them again if you like. 72400, 67015, 73455, 72590. So those are the 4 land parcels.
See, what I have is I got the 72590, 72400, 67015, then I have 70820.
That's what I have.
Oh, I've got the 72400, 67015.
Well, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
We're looking at these back pages.
Yeah.
So maybe
they're looking at one of this.
still before,
We'd be back to,
yeah, because this was on top of all those.
okay, I'll find it in here somewhere.
Sorry.
So the 70820 that you had mentioned, Ron, is one that was withdrawn.
Oh,
0137. Oh, okay, I see.
So it might be easiest to follow along, rather than looking at the actual appeal sheet,
Okay.
is to use what I've prepared, which looks like this.
Yep, this one.
That has them grouped together.
Yep, does everybody have that one except for Ron? Well, he found it. He's got it now.
Okay. All right, so if you look at the second page, so you'd be looking at a map that looks like this.
Yep.
So on that map, all right, I think we're all on the same page,
Okay.
literally. So when we look at this area, we're gonna look at all the sales that we have, and we're gonna try to create a model that we can apply to all the other properties. So if you look at some of the sales that are on here, the sales are highlighted in yellow on your sheet there, and the subject parcels are the slanted numbers that are highlighted in blue. So if we look at the the sale parcels, you'll see that some of these sold for $10,230 an acre, $11,160 an acre. So when we look at our modeling process, we're not just looking at a per acre sale and try to apply that per acre sale to everybody else in that neighborhood. What we have to do is come up with a model that fits all the other properties in that area. So for example, a $10,000 per acre sale, we're going to look at how much of that is usable, how much of it is drainage, how much of it is undeveloped. So if you look at the bottom of page 2, you'll see a little grid there. So there's essentially 3 pieces to our model. One piece is 13 cents a square foot, which we've assigned to drainage. The next piece of our model is 7,000 per acre for undeveloped land. And then the third part of our model is $1.50 per square foot. So this is area that has a road, has access, is ready to be developed. It's in a further state than the section of the model that's at 7,000 per acre.
Okay.
So that's how we're looking at all of our commercial land. Is we have to break a sale up into the pieces that create that sale. So there is no per acre sale that we're then applying to everybody else. It has to be broken down. So that's why I wanted to discuss these all at once, because they're all part of the same model. So when we look at, for example, the first one, so it's tax ID 72590, and if you find that on the map there, it's kind of in the upper left-hand corner. And then on the map there, you'll see some, like a hashed area, red lines. So what we're doing there is we're attempting to show what portion of that total acreage, that 32 acres, what portion of that is at $1.50, and then what portion of it is drainage, or essentially extremely sloped, unusable. And so when we apply our modeling to that, we're essentially estimating there's about 6.39 acres that we're applying the $1.50 a square foot. That comes right from our sales. And then the residual is 25.84 acres. That's all drainage, very steep, anywhere from 100-foot drop on some of that. So that's how we come up with the value of the 72590. When you look at that overall, it comes to about 17,500 per acre, but again, we have to break that down into its components. So the final value for that is 564,000 off of this modeling process. If you look at the next one, 67015, if you find that on the map there, that's also indicating a hashed area. So that's the section that we're estimating at $1.50. The rest of it isn't as sloped, and so we're calling that the undeveloped section at 7,000 an acre. And so that's how we assemble our final value of 778,800.
Okay.
Which when you average that out, it comes to 10,400 per acre. But again, it's built up of pieces and parts. Same thing with tax ID 73455. So this is, if you find that on the map, that's kind of on the left-hand side there. So that one is surrounded by some very recent sales that sold anywhere from $2 to $2.50 a square foot. And actually, right next to those two sales were two of the parcels that were withdrawn. Once I showed Mr. Huffman that you have parcels right next to it selling for anywhere from $2 to $2.50, we had those valued at $1.50 a square foot as well. We agreed that that's still a fair value. So that $1.50 a square foot shows up quite a few different times when we look at not only what we have things assessed at, but what they're selling for. And in fact, we have some new sales that are indicating $2 to $2.50 a square foot that are adjacent to it. So back to tax ID 73455. So this one is entirely in the $1.50 a square foot modeling. So that's what indicates the assessed value of $358,000. And then lastly, tax ID 72400. If you see that indicated on the map, that's kind of in the middle of it all. It's the least developed out of all these parcels. So there's no part of that we're saying is at the $1.50 a square foot. The roads aren't out to that section yet. So we're modeling that entire piece, the 108 acres, at the 7,000 per acre, which comes to the value of 759,900. So that's how we arrive at our value. It's all modeled. It's the other parcels that are part of this pocket are modeled on the same process.
Well, thank you, Rod. This is very, very good to follow along. Now we know how you got your prices. Now, these are the ones that Mr. Huffman's contesting?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Huffman, I'll give you the floor.
Well, a couple of these parcels you may end up taking as tax sales. Can you go back to the first one on the map so I can point it out? Which one number was that one? The odd number, this one. We're kind of a remnant. Well, the very first one you discussed. You had to put the map up.
72590, that'd be the first
Yeah,
one that you're saying is the drainage?
I mean, there's a reason that hasn't been platted or developed, and some of it has hard to get the utilities, and it may never be developed. There's a 100-foot drop from one side to the other. I would take issue with that there is 6.34 acres that's worth 65,000 an acre. I don't think you can get from here to there, especially on that parcel. But, I mean, my logic has always been on all of these parcels, and I shared with Rod, is that we withdrew one, which I would refer to as Hanny's Farm, which is off down below, and it was at $6,742 an acre, slightly more than drainage. And I just think that figure ought to be applied to all of this raw, undeveloped land up here. That's my argument.
Okay. Go to the board for any discussion or questions.
Mr. Chair, so, I think what Rod has done is he's looked at each one of those parcels and identified it by what I call the overall utility of the property. I mean, are you saying you don't think it's worth nothing?
No, I think it's worth $6,742 an acre, which is slightly more than the 13 cents you use on drainage. That's my argument.
And Rod, your final rounded conclusion is 564,000?
Which parcel are we referring to, the 7259?
Yep, 90.
Yeah, 564,000.
And that would be 17,500 an acre, or
Yeah, and
cents a square foot.
just to address, he said that there may never be a road to it. There's a road to it right now, so I don't.
A part of it, you can see the road, it's up in the high right-hand corner. And there's a road on the low left-hand corner, but everything in the middle, then you can't get to it.
Yeah, and that's the 13 cents per square foot. The $1.50 per square foot area is right where the road adjoins the parcel.
The hashed area on our map.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's part of the
So is
hash.
that 40 cents a square foot at 17,499? Am I getting that right?
Sounds right. Yeah.
Okay.
And sir, what did you think it was worth?
6,742 an acre. And I think that's pretty close to like 15, 16 cents a square foot.
Well, if you can produce some land sales that'll support that, I'll consider it.
You guys know Hanny. He sold all the best stuff off, and and it's probably not going to make a hell of a lot of difference, which is why he left. Because by next year, this is all going to be fenced off and have cattle on it, because it's not economically feasible to develop it and pay these kind of taxes on it.
Mr. Chair, didn't we have most of this in ag land last year because there
Yep.
was cattle on it?
A parcel.
If I can answer that. Yeah, we initially had this valued in the same model that I've already spoke to. And that was my recommendation last year, and the board awarded them an ag value rather than this modeled value.
Right.
So yes, it was an ag.
And now it's changed because it's not running ag on it because he's already started developing a chunk of it.
It's still not, no.
Well, it hadn't really changed. It's just that what's his name? Zanstra took down the fence, so you can't fence the side where that's being graded for a road that he has to put in for the city. And so you have to put cattle on it because you can't keep them in. You're going to be chasing them across I-90. So, I mean, there's a reason he didn't have cattle on him in the last year, because can't keep them on it. But you're correct. That's where we ended up last year.
Yeah, I remember that. I'm just giving us a rough guesstimate, Mr. Huffman. at $6,000 an acre, you're saying 72590, the 32.23 acres, that would come out to 193,800 is what you feel the value.
What's the acreage on that? Because I got a little cheat sheet.
32.23 acres.
Yes.
Well, at my value, which is more than you is, comes in, my recommendation is 217,102,
217,102.
which is 67.42 an acre.
Yeah, okay, 67, that was what you mentioned.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
I guess I struggle in this aspect. I mean, I understand when we gave ag access and, you know, we expect, I mean, for me to do ag, I have to qualify for ag as well on my property. But if you never met the qualifications last year, I think we undervalued it last year by giving them ag value on that one. So I think bringing it up corrects the market.
Okay, any further questions from Mr.
Mr.
Huffman?
Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
Rich, on all four of these, I don't have time to go out and look at that. That's what Rod does for a living.
Oh, I understand.
And with that being said, I'm going to recommend staff's decisions on all four of these. And if somebody wants to, for next year, if they literally want to take me out there so I can look at it and be more involved and know what I'm voting on, I'll be more than happy to. But I think Rod has done that, and so I'm going to have to rely on his recommendations.
So I have a motion to accept staff's recommendations for 72590 at 564,000 at 67, parcel 67015 at 7481 acres, 778,800. And parcel 73455, the 26.52 acres at 358,000. And parcel 72,400, the 108.5 acres at 759,900. That was a motion.
That is a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And there is a second. Do you have any more comments, Mr. Huffman, before we go to a
No,
vote?
Your Honor.
Okay. We are,
Whatever you are.
I was gonna say, wait a minute,
Whatever
hold
you
on.
are, you just got promoted.
Honorable word.
Honorable word. I got it. Sorry.
with that, I'll go to a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The next tax ID would be 57384. This is Rushmore Industrial. And I do have
57384, okay.
57384, and I have a packet. If you have that, it might be easier to follow
I
along.
got, you guys find the packet on
There's
that?
somewhere.
57384.
Go ahead, I'll catch up.
Okay, go ahead, Rod.
All right, so if we look at the second page, that just shows the sales that are immediately around this parcel. So we have it valued at $15,000 an acre. The sales around it, you can see $23,640 an acre, $13,460 an acre, $12,665, and $12,888 per acre. So those are the sales that are around it. Some of them are a little bit lower. They're further away with less development. All of the sales that I have are actually still bare land. They have not had the topsoil scraped off as the subject has. In fact, if you look at the next page of the document that I prepared for you, that's a current picture of the property with all topsoil removed. And so obviously it's no longer ag, which it was last year. The sales around it support the 15,000 an acre. Mr. Huffman was again asking for that 6,700 to be applied to this one, but there's just no sales to support that, so it's pretty
Okay,
simple.
I'll give the floor to Mr. Huffman.
Well, first of all, the grading permit was pulled maybe 6 weeks before the assessment date. I'm pretty sure your picture is now. So looking at it as of the November 1 assessment date, it's just being shaped. It's got no utilities. the access to most of it is insignificant. No power, no water, sewer, power, gas. And until it's further developed and there's a buyer, it ain't gonna go any farther. The other argument I have is when you have parcels of 142 acres, you can't really compare that to smaller parcels. I mean, because smaller parcels always sell for more than bigger parcels or have more value than a bigger parcel. And that's my argument on this one, and that, you know, I'm not gonna keep you here any longer than necessary.
So Mr. Huffman, you're thinking it should be assessed at the 80,000 ag status value that it had last year, pretty much?
Well, I'd love that, but I realize that he doesn't have any cattle out there anymore, and so he's not farming it right now. So I'd go with the 6,742, which I pull off the parcel that we withdrew our objection on, which was a really sizable parcel too.
I'd go to the board. Is there any comments?
What's the size of this parcel?
142.25 acres.
20? I guess the most important question to me is what's it zoned?
I don't think the zoning's changed.
I believe it's general commercial, unless it's industrial. I actually didn't look at the zoning.
But
All the sales were the same zoning, so when I
so
saw
if it
that,
was an ag status, it meant at one time it was ag, but then there's an entitlement through a zoning process, and so I'm assuming it's light industrial, multifamily residential, general commercial.
yeah, it's either light industrial or general.
Yeah.
I would assume it's light industrial.
And that's where, there again, I have to rely on Rod's research.
The sales were similar, so once I saw they're all similar to the
If this is still
subject.
zoned ag, I could, go along with that 6,747, but the minute that was rezoned, you get that entitlement, it changed the whole dynamics, in my opinion.
Can I add something?
Mr. Rittenberg.
Our ag classification is not a zoning, so a property could have an ag classification and a residential or commercial zone.
Right.
Our ag classification is just for property tax purposes.
But in 2022, I'm just saying, or 2021, what was the zoning? Was it zone ag, limited ag, or was it zone commercial, light industrial?
I'm not sure what it was in
But
21.
I would think it's going to be industrial. Isn't this where the battery factory and all that's going?
That's
Yes.
the
So
hope.
this is
That's the hope.
the whole cooking and caboodle over there. So I think I'm in agreement with Mr. Roskinek. I'm sure it's been rezoned.
Mr. Chair, and just a clarification, what was its true value last year rather than the ag exemption that was on it? What was the actual value of the land?
I don't have it. When it's valued as ag, we don't generate an additional value unless that status is denied.
Right, but I mean, didn't we have to set it at a value last year? And then it had ag applied to it, or?
No, it had been ag prior to that.
Oh, it had been ag prior to that, okay. And then, yeah, when it's ag, you don't typically update ag, you just kind of keep going with it.
Yeah, if a parcel is denied ag, then we generate a value for that year.
Gotcha, okay.
I believe the work has started and I agree with Mr. Roskinek. I'd make the motion to accept Rod's recommendation, $2,133,800.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Rich,
Motion
you
carried.
can probably see that we're missing a couple commissioners.
No.
We only got the judge.
Huh?
We only got the judge and two other commissioners.
No, that's fine.
So that takes care of the commercial properties that we were looking at, and then I believe we have a residential that Mr. Mooney will talk to.
Okay, so this is 60137, correct?
Correct. Yep. Yep. Hello, Chris Mooney, Equalization Office. The property in question has a tax ID 60137. Address is 8669 Countryside Boulevard. That's just along Sheridan Lake Road there on the south side, out a few miles. This is a residence with 28.82 acres. Let's see, has seven beds, 5 full bathrooms, 1 half bath. The living above ground is 8,814 square feet with 4,659 square feet of basement area, and of that, 4,170 is finished. It has a 2,112 square foot attached garage, and the current assessed value is $4,025,000, which I'm recommending that value. And we have not gotten inside this property since 2015, but according to the owner, nothing has changed since then, and I probably agree that nothing has changed since then.
Yeah, no, nothing's changed.
Since it is a very custom house, probably going to have a lot of like big maintenance done or like updates.
There may be some rooms no one's been in, and that may be dirty, but other than that, I don't think there's any change.
True. And so with this home being so unique, finding sales for it is pretty much impossible in the county because it is so large and such a unique and custom home. And we are currently taking off like 18% for it being so large and also unique. So we are accounting for it being that size. And I looked at the highest sales that we had in the county, taking out ag sales and homes and properties with 2 homes, so just a single family property, seeing what those higher sales sold for. The highest one we had this last year was $2.4 million, which I think is on that sheet that I gave you guys. Starting at the very top, the one with the handwritten notes on it. And I did a breakdown of the price per square foot on those sales. Let me get that sheet real quick.
Here, you need that one?
No, I got her. I got her. All right. So the one that sold for the $2.4 million, I took out the land value and the other improvements on it. That came out to a price per square foot value of $524.91. The second one was $259.85 per square foot, and then the third one was $457.58. Currently, we have this property and a price per square foot value, just the house itself, at $389.94. So our price per square foot value is right there with those sales that sold as far as a price per square foot value. The average of those 3 is at $414, and that supports our assessed value of just over $4 million.
Did you introduce yourself before?
Oh, yes, I did. Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure for the record.
Go ahead.
You have a question, Mr. Roskinek?
Is this the sheet I should be looking at?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying how much per square foot?
For Mr. Haney's?
It says 8814.
So Mr. Haney's is, we have it at $389.94 per square foot.
So the problem I see with this particular residence, and I mentioned it yesterday, I call it super adequacy. I mean, is it overbuilt for the Rapid City market? Because it's an outlier. You don't have comparables. I mean, you got comparable sales, but you don't have anything real comparable. So
yeah, that's true.
And you know what super adequacy is? It's just will the market react to someone's. When that's built, it's built to somebody that's what they want. And when another potential buyer comes in, they're going, it's nice, but I don't like that kitchen. Those bathrooms don't do nothing for me. So I don't know what the magic, what do you, what's your thoughts, Rich?
Well, my main argument is, I don't think you can assess any houses at more than the highest sold house, less land was assessed at. I just don't think you can. I mean, I think the highest one we've had is what, 2.5 million?
2.4 last year, yeah.
Well,
And that was
total, but total.
that was, as far as
Wasn't there a 2.5 within the last couple of years?
as
You
far
gave
as
me
the,
a piece of paper that I can't read.
as far as the
show 'em
actual
that.
assessed value?
Is this fair to an old guy? You're the sales.
Assessed value?
No, the sales.
Oh, these? Oh, yeah, see, these are kind of tiny. Yeah, the highest one was, 2.4.
Okay.
2.4 last
I
year.
mean, my basic argument would be it shouldn't be more than the highest one's ever sold.
Yeah, it's gonna,
You can't see it.
Nice
You're a
try.
big help, Shannon. At a certain age, nothing helps. I mean, as a point of compromise on this one, I would say just go back to last year's assessment, which would be at 3,273,500, which is still more than anything is sold at in Pennington County. Matter of fact, it'd be 20% more than, 25% more than anything sold at in Pennington County. Ron, I agree, your arguments, what you stated was exactly right, you know. I don't know why he built this thing, but he did, so now he has it.
you know,
And Sharif and his two kids are in college, or
yeah,
Sheriff has graduated, so
I tend to agree, Mr. Elfman. I mean, some of these I've been looking at some of these online where I'm seeing the 1.5 to 2.5, and I have to agree with Mr. Roskinek, these properties are pretty limited. They were custom built for a specific person. Then when you go to sell them, they end up taking a big hit because they've been, a lot of changes need to be made. I've seen a few houses up in Enchantment go that route. Well, one, not a few, one that went that route also. But I'm not sure fair assessment is the 22 assessments, but I'd be open to that.
What was the 22 assessment?
3 million,
273,500.
Two
If I can
million
read.
two seventy three.
yeah.
Yeah, 3,273,500. Which was up from 2,638,200 the year before. And Hanny blames his wife Barb on throwing the assessment sheet away last year, so
Well,
he didn't look.
he did add a chicken coop, and if he built the chicken coop as much as he built the house, I would say that's probably $100,000.
Well, I told him to start selling his grapes and then go for ag, but he says there's too much work to sell.
That sounds like something a lawyer would say.
I did. I admit it. I'm not backing down.
He totally admitted to it. I mean, he's telling us straight up. At least you're being honest.
You know.
I'm going to refer a recommendation from Mr. Roskinek.
Well,
That's where I'm at.
right now, if I'm looking at this piece of paper, you've got 8,814 square feet times $391.50. And there is no magic number. You just have to use 30 years of appraisal experience, and that's what I'm trying to do here. Instead of the 391.50, I would recommend 375 rounded times 8,814.
Let's say, come up
And
to,
if I do 8814 times 375, that would be 3,305,250, if I did the math right.
so it'd be 3,305,300,000 or $300, right?
Okay, then I'm gonna add 50. I don't like these calculators. I assume you're okay with the land value? I mean, I know you'd like it lower, but
Yeah, no, I'm fine with the land no. That's one of the few things you could sell for it if it was vacant. I think.
I was gonna say, if we had meetings tomorrow, bring your own calculator.
I come up 3,790,000, there's 3,769,500.
That's with
I come
moving the
to
structure to what?
3,727,150.
Well,
And I
I'll
came
run
up with
this.
3,727,200.
That's what
Yeah, so that's why I got
he
two.
had.
Yeah, because he'd have
He
to round
agrees
up.
with me.
Okay,
Math
3,000,000.
I agree with you too. You just have to
What's
round
the,
up.
what,
Sarah, give me that number again.
3,727,200. That's with the structure going to 3,305,300. Correct, Ron?
75.
Well, we have to, what did you say?
Well, I mean, on the 8814, I took that times 375.
That's what I did too.
So now I come up 3,305,250.
So we have to round up to 300.
Just, rounded 300.
Okay, could somebody please give me those numbers?
yeah, I need to hear those numbers.
So I got 421,900 for the land, I'm assuming
Yep.
he said. And he said 3,305,300 for the structure, which equals 3,727,200.
Is that your motion?
That would be my motion.
3 million, how much?
3,727,200.
I'll second that motion. Further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Pastor,
You know, this one does kind of throw me for a loop because it is it's an outlier, and I mean, I do think our staff tried to accommodate some of that. However, I really don't know how to look at this, except that I will say this. So many of the properties that we looked at today had some significant increase. Even with staff's recommendation, the value of this one increased only 22% when we had many properties in our areas that increased 40, 50, and 60%. I get it, this is an outlier, it's probably, dare I say, the only home that's valued close to this amount in our area, or even close to our area. Okay, I just want to make that assumption. So I don't know, I just see a lot of these other ones increasing significantly. And I get it, there's no competition on this home, so, I don't know, that's just a kind of struggle on this one I
Well,
have.
think about the economy of scale. If you got 10 acres, it's going to be worth more per square foot than 100 acres. And so I don't know too many houses in Rapid City that are 8,418 or whatever. And if you look at the average size of the comparable sales, and you look at the ratio of what you're comparing, you're going to be a major, I don't know what size the comparable sales are, but to me, it's really doing this on economy of scale.
and
But wouldn't you agree that building bigger costs less than building smaller?
Yes. There again, we're on the economy of scale.
I got you. Okay.
Mr. Laster's point, I do agree that, but we were looking at properties that were quite a bit further down than these. And for being one person I'm just using another property that I know personally that was probably up in $2 million range, and when they went to sell it, they had to go down quite a bit. And I know our assessors went out and looked at that property, and the owner talked with them and reduced it down. And I think it's so unique that I think, could he afford it? He could afford to build, but that's not the point. I think the selling point, $4 million, it'd probably sit on there for years until it went down, until they offered it less. That's what I'm really looking at, is the uniqueness of it. Someone's gonna have to go in and remodel the whole thing in order to do what they need to do, and so that's where I kind of see the uniqueness, and I accept that. Normally I would not go down this much. I didn't all 2 meetings, but this is so unique, I think I'm just trying to be fair.
If you try
For
to
the
find-
record, it did go up 24.16%
The year before,
from 21 to 22.
yeah. Yes,
If you're gonna find comparable homes, you have to go to Denver, and then you're totally in a different market, and you're making assumptions, and you're getting on pretty thin ice. So I agree, you did everything you could, you just went out and looked for the most expensive sales, and unfortunately, they just weren't
Pretty much
there.
all I had, so.
yeah. And, yeah, I'm strictly looking at for if I had to sell it. If I owned it and I had to sell it, I don't think I could get 4,250,000 for it. That's my thought process, Travis.
Oh, this one, it's just outside of
only-
outside of my realm. I'm just sitting there looking at the percentage. I'm just kind of like,
Yeah, but we are limited to only 3 commissioners. So we do have a motion on the floor. We'll take a vote. We need a majority to accept it. There's only 3, so we need all 3 yeas. If not, we go back to what's been recommended, Mr. Huffman.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
Just so you know, not that I disagree with staff on this one, but I have a feeling because we're so tight, it might end up being around this particular price point. But just so we can move, because I don't think it's going to budge too much either way. Yeah, it's hard to determine on that one. I think you did a good job, though.
Yeah, you did. With that, I'll go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. With skepticism.
Tough job, I wouldn't do it. But, have a great day, gentlemen.
Okay.
Ladies.
You too, Rich.
Hey, you got one win.
Okay, so now we're open till 1 o'clock? Are we?
So we recess until 1?
Yeah, we'll recess till 1 o'clock.
That would be my motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we're gonna come back out of recess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Shannon.
Okay, so the first one, Doug, was here, and he talked to Chris and left. They sit in here, talked for a while. Chris has a recommendation on that one. The next one, Dean and Danette withdrew their appeal,
Okay.
so you don't have that one. And then after that, there's a blank on your schedule, I think. Brian Dale or Dial,
Yeah,
he was gonna come back, so we're expecting him pretty soon.
okay.
So that's where we're at, but Chris does have a recommendation for Doug's that you have to take action on.
Okay. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, Chris Mooney, Equalization. Yes, after talking with the owner here for a few minutes, explained the process, he was okay with our original value after the City of Hill City lowered his value. So my recommendation is 74,300 on the land, structure at 320,700 for a total of 394,700.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by
Say
Laster.
320,700 or 320,400?
700, 320,700.
320,700.
Okay, but then.
Doesn't matter.
Your sister.
Oh, no,
She's got it. That doesn't.
it's my original, no change.
But
Yeah.
if you have the land at 74.3.
Oh, yeah, that's not
structure's at
good math.
327, that
Oh,
doesn't.
No,
Yeah, so the, no, I should. Oh, yeah, that does. Yeah,
no, don't come up.
Carol was right.
I think I added
That equals 395 even.
3 and 5 even. Oh, okay.
Yep. So the motion and the motion maker and second is okay
Yeah,
with?
see, that's actually should be, at 320,400 is what it should be, not 700.
So 390, what's the final total?
The final total is 394,700. Land, 74,300. Structure 320,400.
Okay.
32400.
Make 394,700.
And that's okay with the motion maker and the seconder, that the structure's
Yep.
324. Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries, and we have the withdrawal of our next one, which is Dean and Danette Penske. So we got Brian, Dale, and North Star Cattle coming up.
What happened with Brian? Did you go out there, Don? Who went out there? Bree?
Jay went on to Brian's.
What happened?
I went out there.
Yeah, what happened?
Well,
What happened with it?
That was the redo.
Recommendation.
they're coming, right?
Hey,
Yeah, but he had a,
Doctor's appointment or something.
appointment, so
Okay.
he's gonna try to be here by the 1:20 or whatever it was.
Can we do North Star, since they're not gonna be here?
Oh, we're not gonna do Dean? Or he,
He's coming later.
oh, okay.
you gonna have,
No, Dean, withdrew, Dean and Danette passed
Yeah,
away.
they
They
withdrew.
withdrew.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're going to North Star.
North Star.
And you'll go through these one by one?
yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
North Star.
North
Cattle.
Star,
North
It's the
Star
big
Cattle
packet.
and Land.
Are you
Cattle
doing any
and
numerical
Land Company.
order?
No, I don't quite have them in numerical order. I'm sorry.
and I'm trying to, Don, is there anything that? Oh, we got
There's nothing
five-
in your packets. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it goes 50430, 50432,
Yep, that's those.
and then 68232,
Yes,
and then 68234,
yes,
68235, 68236.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah, so
Everybody's-
there's 8 of them.
okay,
On the left side of your page.
yep, it's on the left side.
All right, on Don Puckett Equalization. These 8 parcels assessed in the name of North Star Land and Cattle Company. I have a recommendation for each of them. First one, parcel ID 50432. A total assessment of 22,000, and that is also the land, 22,000, no building.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, your recommendation is 22,000?
Yes.
Motion was made and
22,
seconded.
can you slow down just for a second, because mine aren't in order and I've got to get the numbers right. 22,000?
40332 is 22,000.
I got that. Okay, sister.
Oh, that was 50432.
50432.
Okay, because I had 30 first.
Sorry, I'm almost in order here, except for these first 2, I think.
So was that originally 55-4?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Was that original 55-4?
Yes,
And you're recommending 22?
22.
Okay. Motion's been made, seconded.
Ian Chaps.
You good?
I got it.
Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Next one.
Parcel ID 50430,
Okay.
total value $1,500, and that is all the land, $1,500.
$1,500.
Motion to approve 50430, $1,500.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Laster. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
From Ian, do you have
Opposed?
my idea?
Motion carries.
Third parcel, 59241.
Okay.
I have a recommendation, total value 88,900, land 88,900.
88,900
That'd be my motion.
by Laster. Seconded by LaCroy. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Say, Don, where's this property located at?
Off of Playhouse Road, almost to the Custer County line.
Off of where?
Off of Playhouse, cut across as you head towards Custer County.
Okay, so way,
It's a cluster of mineral survey tracts.
okay.
You want me to have them pull one up on the aerial?
I'm just taking a look.
Would you pull up 68232?
Yeah, because that's the next one. That's pretty.
This is the parcel with the house on it.
So do these even have utilities?
Well, there's a very, very nice log cabin structure on the property. So there is a well and there is electricity. It has not been developed to the other parcels and probably never will be. There's some very steep terrain in here to overcome. You can get around it. The taxpayer took me in his Jeep around the property, and that's what the roads were Jeep roads.
So that particular one that's highlighted, that's not a mineral survey, is it?
I believe they
I don't
are
want to
all
see-
mineral surveys.
Okay.
And that whole, there's the long skinny parcel above him. And then there's like just north, there's like a triangle parcel and a really odd shaped parcel. That's the north end there. The south end, of course, borders on the Forest Service there. So kind of that whole square right there is what we're looking at. I wish I might be able to reach this one. Can't, I'm not that tall. It's 83 acres, Ron, total. So,
Okay.
okay, so we're on the fourth one.
68232.
Okay, 68233.
Oh, I thought you were going to 3-2.
Yeah,
Oh, I can do that.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what,
Like I said, I am out of order and I apologize. Okay, 68232. I have a recommendation of $960,700. And that breaks down to 224,001 on the land and 736,006 on the structures.
That'd be
For
my
a total of
motion.
what?
Total of 960,700.
I'd second it.
So 68232, 960, 700 would be my motion at 224, 100 on the land and 736, 600
yep.
on the structure.
Yes.
Motion made by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion? See none, all in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. 68233.
68233. I have a recommendation of 25,000 on this, and that's 25,000 on the land.
So that'd be a no change?
Be my motion?
Yeah, that one's no change.
Okay. We got a motion for a no change,
Second.
20 by Lassiter, second by Hadcock. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. 68234.
68234. I have a recommendation of 240,800, and that is 240,800 on the land.
So moved.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter to adjust to 240,800 on the land. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. 68235.
68235. This parcel, you'll notice there was a structure value on it. They tore it down last summer, so I'm removing that from the books. My recommendation is a valuation of 135,700, and that 135,700 is the land value.
That'd be my motion. Second.
Okay.
We're in sync.
Lassiter moved for 135,700 for the land.
Yep,
Only.
all land, 135,700.
Seconded by Ms. Hadcock. Structure is removed. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Item 68236.
I have a recommendation here of 266,400 for the land, and so a total assessed of 266,400.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter to accept the $266,400 adjustment for the land only. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You got some more this afternoon, later on? Okay. So that takes care of North Star. We're waiting for Brian. And the rest of these we're waiting on, huh?
Are any of them no change or no
I
big
was
payment?
gonna ask, can we find out what the numbers are for Brian's? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, what are the numbers for Brian? Bree and friend?
Yeah. So the, new recommendation we have is the 141,600 for the land.
Okay.
And after adjustments, the improvements are 414,300,
Okay.
coming to a total of 555,900.
Do you guys want to take that up? I mean,
No, he's here.
is he here now? There he is.
We weren't starting without you.
We were talking.
We weren't trying to sneak it through.
Okay.
I was trying to, because it came out in your favor, but,
Okay.
so we'll let Bree go ahead and explain what happened. This is continued
Okay.
from yesterday.
Before I start, I made a copy of the appraisal done in September of 2020, and I'd like to submit that as kind of a baseline
Okay.
for the record.
Okay. Nice. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, I'll begin. This is just a continuance from yesterday. After further inspection upon the house and the exterior, it resulted in lowering the condition of the home that were in line with the conditions of the outside of the home. Again, my recommendation is 141,600 for the land, and the improvements at 414,300 for the improvements, with a total of 555,900.
Yeah, so that's our new total right there.
You're good.
Okay,
No, thanks.
I'll give you a minute to catch your breath, Brian. So with the inspection, I'm trying to see, the house came down from 479.6, am I correct?
Yes.
So it originally was 479.
That's correct.
479.6, and you're recommending 414,
300.
14,300,
Yes.
okay? And we're still on 2.23. Okay, Brian. Thank you for allowing Bree to come over and take a look. It looks like it worked in your benefit, but we'll turn it back over to you. Sir,
Well, I guess I really don't have much to say. I find that acceptable.
you find that acceptable?
So I don't have any issue with it. My original issue was based on the average prices of the neighborhood versus what mine was showing. I felt that was not an appropriate amount, but I'm certainly amendable to the figure that staff has come up with at this point.
Sounds good. Thanks for coming back today. I'll look to Ms. Hadcock for a motion.
Well, I like to talk. I just like to thank you, Brian, for letting them in and, see, it's not as scary as you think, but they're actually very kind, and I don't think people understand how kind our people are. They're pretty exceptional for visiting with and just in general. So that's kind of what, it's all about is, visiting, see what you think, what they think, and see where we come to a conclusion on equalization, not because they're doing compromise, but they're doing equalizing, so you understand the process. A lot of times when I figured out, when I either went with an equalization officer, people really didn't have an understanding of the process more than it was kind of a,
And I quite honestly, I owe an apology because at the time, my response was a gut reaction when I seen the evaluation. It put me into sticker shock at that point.
yes.
And so at that time, I will say I apologize because my response at that time was probably inappropriate, and I should have been more
Thank you.
thoughtful in my reflection of this whole process.
So my motion is 141,600 on the land, 414,300 for the structure, 555,900, right?
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
the only thing we're going to do, not that it makes any difference, is look at that substation. So the substation is in close proximity to the subject property.
It's about 140 feet from what I would call the end of his house to the fence. From like his property, like on his back deck, you can see it, but barely through the trees.
Sure.
His property's pretty private in there. So in my opinion, it didn't need an adjustment.
No, I didn't know. I don't think there's an adjustment. I just wondered
Yeah.
if you heard any humming.
Well, he said
You do hear humming on occasion,
occasionally, he said,
but I
yeah.
would say for the most part, the substations, with the exception of when a transformer explodes, is a pretty quiet neighbor.
All right,
Okay, that's all I had.
we have a motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Brian.
Brian.
Thank you for your service again, Brian.
We're finding gaps in the schedule. The next property owner isn't due here till 2 o'clock. I've tried to reschedule some at the end of the day and move them up, and,
So you don't need me? I'm going home then.
Okay, see ya.
whoa.
No, they were over
Maybe I want to go home. She was gone this morning. Maybe I want to go home this afternoon.
She volunteered before you.
Chris does have one property owner that's not coming. We just as well deal with that. It's James and Jamie Dolman, scheduled at 2:20.
Okay. Yeah, let's get as many of these out of the way as we can.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right.
Dolman?
Yep, Coleman. Yep. So tax ID 70459. I'm Chris, Equalization Office. Going back to our original assessed value, land at 36,800, structure at 279,400, total 316,200. And my math does add up.
I think I'm on, okay. I'm sorry, this came, I was looking at the wrong, so the local board had a lot different numbers than yours. Okay.
Yeah, they lowered it at the local level. I talked to the owner a couple weeks ago. He drives a truck, and I told him that this is when the board meets, and he said he wouldn't be here. And I explained to him the process, and he was fine with his value. So
Okay, so I'd look for a motion for the staff's recommendation.
So moved.
Moved by Laster, seconded by Hadcock. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And that was 36,800 for land, 279,400 for structure, 316,200 total. Okay, let me mark that one off. James
Mark?
Dolman.
What?
Or till 2?
We're gonna do a couple bookkeeping things, and yeah, then the next one's at 2. Yep. So, every year, and usually a couple of times, once at the beginning, once at the end, we present you with what we call a stip list, a stipulation list. That's all of the properties that we have talked to the owner, or at least tried to talk to the owner. And we either have a recommendation for the board to change the value or to not change the value. All of these property owners didn't want to appear before the board for whatever reason. So we present it in one list for you to act on in one motion, and then we don't have to schedule appointments for all of them. There's actually a couple on the schedule that through this whole process are now on these stip lists. So you look at Lance Eberhardt, scheduled at 2:55. And Jamie Williams at 4 o'clock. Neither one of those are coming in.
Say those again?
Yeah, see those again?
I don't see Lance.
Lance Eberhardt at 2:55.
We don't have them.
Are they not on your schedule?
I might have
255.
got him taken.
Okay, so your schedule, Joe already got them taken off. I've got a couple of day old schedule.
So Jamie Williamson.
If you'd get organized, sir, that would be better for us so we could get this done right.
And then you get that pin for her?
I still want the pin.
Yeah, in her. So here's a stip list. You just as well act on these right now. We were planning the end of the day, but
So this Jamie and Gladys, no, that's Dean Hurst.
Williams?
So we act in one motion?
No, you had to make a motion for each one.
I don't know why you couldn't do both lists the same.
Is it the no change as well, or just the stip list?
I don't have a Jamie
They made a motion at the beginning of
in my
April.
paperwork.
I told her, no, you have to do a motion.
So there's a stip list, we have to make a motion, and a no change list, we have to make a motion?
Why not do both at the same time?
You guys did it.
My motion would be to approve the 2023 stip list and the no change list.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the no change list and the stip list, all in one motion. Any discussion?
Yes.
Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
I know some of these people.
So I must not have had the paperwork for that Jamie Williams. He was one
No.
that we removed,
Removed her.
moved it. Okay, so otherwise our packet should be
Tell
in
me what a
order.
stip list is again?
Stipulation, so the property owner and us agree on a value, so we make that recommendation to you to change the value. On those, you change the value. Property owner's happy, didn't want to show up for this.
Nice.
No point in it, right?
Glad to
Because we're
see
gonna
it.
make the recommendation.
I see Lloyd's name in here. Just kidding, it just says area.
We had to expand the column to get all the numbers on it.
I think we ought to stip list him. You've been approved on the stip list.
Oh, that means I done something right.
Well, that's what Shannon thinks, but that's a personal opinion.
That's like being on the good list, right?
I already got that pin.
Well, it can't be bad because it's not being presented up here in a big, long fashion.
Okay, I'm not gonna ask for a motion to go into recess or anything. I'm just gonna say we need to make sure we're available, so when somebody shows up, you guys tried contacting a few others to move them up?
I'm trying, I failed on 2. We've got somebody coming at 2.
Okay,
Then we got somebody at 3, somebody at 3:30, 3:40, 3:50, 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock.
yeah.
So
5 o'clock?
I'm trying to move 5 o'clock up, but she didn't answer the phone. I tried to move 4 o'clock up, but he says, sounds like an old guy, and he says he's got a realtor coming to his house, and she's got something to do, and so we're stuck with that.
My list shows the last one, 4:20 to 4:30, and that's Gary and Marine Gold.
Yeah.
Okay, on mine, I penciled it in at 4:50. So would you say 4:20?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. That's the one I tried to call and she didn't answer. I thought if
Okay.
we could move her up to now, but,
Who's that?
okay,
Okay.
so she's working till 2:30.
So is there any that are going to be complicated, or are these kind of like we've been?
I don't think so. So Christensen is a house?
It's a house and shop in Oklahoma City.
Okay. Properties in Quinn or,
They're pretty straightforward.
yeah. Specialty management, what's that?
That one must be Shannon Champion.
It's Shannon's, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
That's one of Adelstein's? No, Adelstein's is further down.
I think it is
Okay.
part of all that. Specialty management, Grizzly Creek and Stanford are,
Okay, so Adelstein properties, I think they're just land. Or the argument is land, I think.
That's over by Keystone.
Yes. And Maureen Gould rescheduled, I don't remember what she was.
She just called, she's not able to come earlier, so I asked her to come at normal time.
If she could come anytime early, we just heard she works till 2:30, so.
okay,
Back, but she said she couldn't be here before 3.
okay. So what I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and, we'll take a recess, because we have to take a vote on a recess so we can shut the YouTube off. Otherwise it stays on the whole time. So I'd look for a motion to recess till somebody shows up.
So moved.
Moved by Laster, seconded by Mr. Hancock. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Okay. We are gonna reconvene into the Board of Adjustments. Look for a motion. Motion by Hancock, second by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
We'll have to announce what parcel number, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Commission. Don Puckett, Equalization.
You are drinking? Oh.
So this is an appeal for Thomas and Jackie Shull in Quinn, east of Wall. And I'll give you the parcel IDs to start with.
Which one are you starting with? You're gonna do them one by
Well,
one, right?
I want to talk a little bit first, and then I do have a recommendation for each one of these. But the first one is 7099. And I'm out of order again. I'm sorry.
You're okay. Where's the numbers at on this? Right here.
Here,
If you've got this.
give me 1 sec here. Let me give you this.
Okay. Parcel number way on the side.
This is my board handout for you guys.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah, we can deal with that.
5771. Is that the mailing address?
So your first one that you're talking about is 7099,
Yeah.
okay?
And then I'm going to talk about 7100, 7091, 790, and 7101.
Okay.
All right. So I want to give just a little bit of background on what happened with the Township of Quinn this year. When I looked at the residential land values, I decided that they had been stagnant since 2007, and we needed to account for what's going on in the market in general in Pennington County. Land values were raised anywhere from 90 to 111% in Quinn, and I know that's a huge percentage. Dollar-wise, the impact was about $900 to $1,500 increase in land values. As I anticipated, there were considerable appeals to the local board in Quinn. And once those came back through our office and I reviewed them, we took them all back. And my recommendation was to reinstate the land values. Most of the structure values that had been reduced, I was okay with the changes that they had made. They were very small percentage-wise, and there's not a lot of sales right in Quinn. So when I branched out to look at Wall and consideration that they would not sell the same as Quinn as they did in Wall, I was fine with the value changes on the structures. So in general, the land values have all been reinstated as they originally mailed out. And those owners have all chosen not to appear today, except for Mr. Shell here. He would like to visit with the board.
Okay.
So I'll give you just a real quick basis on the reason I made the adjustment to the land values. Once again, as I stated, this is in response to the general trend of appreciating land values in Pennington County. I reviewed the data in Quinn. What I had, very limited sales. There was one in 22 that was not an arm's length open market transaction. There was a sale in 21 that was exposed to the open market and sold. There were various older transactions that I reviewed to try to ensure that even though Quinn is a more isolated pocket, it was still experiencing some of the land value increases that the rest of the county is seeing. Current sales are the strongest piece of market evidence to support assessed values. The most recent arm's length open market transaction occurred in November of 2021. It was a sale of $95,000 for a 1949 built home on 0.16 acres. The assessment to sales ratio on this parcel was 70%, indicating under assessment. While this transaction does not allocate a specific value to the land, it does indicate that lagging property assessments in general. I do want to note here, because I know it will come up, the buyers were out of state. They were from Nebraska. They were looking for a small town home to retire in. I also know after they purchased this home, they have gutted it and they've had to do considerable remodel work to it. A second source of data that helped me to determine what was going on in Quinn with market values and trends is a certificate of real estate value associated with a sale for $53,000. This sale occurred in November of 2018, and on the CRV, it stated that the price paid for the land was $19,300. This was a 0.16 acre tract of land. My assessment right now on 0.16 acre tract of land in Quinn is 1,900. So about 10% of what that CRV stated. Another indicator of appreciating market is parcels that sell and resale. There was a 5.5 acre parcel that sold in an open market transaction for $25,000 in June of 2019. It had a kind of a farm utility lean-to on it, was the only improvement. It resold in a related party transaction for $40,000 in March of 2020. So one end we had an open market transaction, the other one was not. It was between related buyers and sellers. I'm still looking at these sales and considering them because in Quinn, most of the sales are between related parties. We don't see a lot of things listed on the open market in Quinn. So the show's 5 parcels, I am asking the board to set the assessment as follows. And on the sheet I shared with you, it's in the green column under recommended values. On 7099, I have a recommendation to return the land to the original assessment of $1,900. If you go across, the local board had lowered it to 13. On 7100, I'm at 1,900. On 7091, I'm at 1,100 on the land, 700 on the structure. The structure is a shed, for a total of $1,800 assessed. On 70, so I'm right here.
Oh, 79, yeah.
On parcel 7090, I have a land recommendation of 1,100 and 800 on the building for a total of 1,900. And on parcel 7101, I have a recommendation of 1,400, and that one's just land.
Just land.
So these numbers are my recommendation. The local board did, and this is what you originally mailed out at, okay? All right. So in closing, I would just ask the board to uphold these recommendations that I have made. And I'll let Mr. Schull have the floor now.
Mr. Chair, I just have a
Thank you,
quick
Don.
clarification.
Go ahead, Mr. West.
On 7101, you said it's just 1,400 for the land. There's no longer a building because it looks like there was a building on it before.
Yes, correct. Sorry about that. There still is. It's a very, very old dilapidated garage, and there's no market value to it.
Okay.
So.
Okay, Mr. Scholl.
Yeah, I can't really disagree with these. It's just a shock, the prices all of a sudden, except for 7091 and 7090. They're 2 small lots and they're 3/100ths of an acre apiece. It's the total, the land is 1,100 on each one of them, and they're 2,500 square feet a piece.
So they're 25 by
50.
25 by 50 each.
Okay.
And the full-size lots, I guess any of them they're 1,900 anyway, is what they're.
Yeah.
So these structures, Mr. Scholl, on 7101, that one's been removed because she looked at them and says, wasn't worth any value. You got 2 buildings. We got 700 on 91 and 800 on 90. What are those? A shed?
One's a usable shed and the other one's fallen in. The one on,
One,
that 7091 it's a usable shed. It's
okay,
12 by 16 maybe, something, I'm not just exactly sure. Another one's like 24 by 30 or something like that, but the wall's falling out of it.
And that's that one that I removed.
Oh,
okay,
okay.
she removed that one, yeah.
Where am I at here?
7101 she
7101.
removed.
I guess
Yeah, this- that
7091 I
that
have
was,
for that one.
that was
Yeah, that's
this one that I removed.
that's that old garage. It's 7091.
Right, that's the one I took off.
This one.
Right.
Okay, and this one you didn't. But, okay, it don't matter. The building's 700, which I can live with that.
Yeah.
But you're saying that this lot, or these lots are worth more than the other lots that are full-size lots. There's actually 4 25 by 25 lots. The lots run this way and mine run this way, so it's 22,200 for the value of the land. These other ones that are 0.16 are 1,900. It doesn't seem right that this 600th of an acre is worth more than the 0.16 of an acre. And it's a weird deal, but.
Okay,
Can I
yes,
respond?
yes.
Okay, so, and I have visited with him about this. I'm aware that in the town of Quinn, it's going to take more than one lot to make a site because you're going to have to put in a septic system. And my understanding, the soils out there are not very conducive, so you're going to be looking at possibly a mound or some kind of non-traditional septic type system. And it's going to take some land to set something like that up if you're going to have a home site. The other thing is that the assessments were raised in a equal percentage. So the relationship between the 0.16 acre lots this year and between the 0.16 acre lot and the 0.03 acre lot this year, that relationship is the same as it was last year. I just brought them up equally. Okay, so I didn't increase those more than.
Okay. So, Mr. Scholl, from what I hear, you're good with them removing that building, and although you just heard Don say she's just trying to make things equal, I'm kind of leaning to approving the recommendations of Don.
Okay, yep.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
so my recommendation for 7099 is 1,900, because it's just land.
Yes.
right, Don? 7100 is just land, 1,900. 7091 is 1,100 on the land, 700 on the building for 1,800. On 7090, it's 1,100 on the land, 800 on the building for 1,900. 7101 is 1,400 for the land, and that's it.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So the only commercial enterprise, or to my knowledge, was a community bar, and that's currently closed and for sale.
Yep.
Do we know what they're asking for that, just for the real estate?
So
It's an auction.
it's an online
Okay.
auction. Currently, when the bidding opened, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was 3 bids kind of out of the gate. The first one at 188,000, the second at 188,100. About a week later, there was a bid at 200,000, and that's where it sat. I didn't check it today. I wasn't going to check it again until closer to the closing, which is the 8th, to see where they landed. But I thought for a business in Quinn, that was a pretty healthy amount. There's also an agribusiness located. So if you're on the highway and you look at where the bar is, there's an agribusiness building. So there's a little bit going on in Quinn. It's it's definitely not Rapid City. It's not even Wall.
There's a mechanic or two right north of the post office.
Okay, yeah, so, I mean, so there's a couple things going on there, but, it's, yeah, for the most part, well, and there's the observatory towards the back, which I'm kind of fascinated with. I want to go there and check that out, so that was on the front
Oh,
page of
yeah.
the Journal last
Do
week.
we know when the last new home or the last new construction took place in downtown Quinn?
So, there was a purchase,
Downtown Quinn was all businesses mostly, and they lived in the back of them.
there was a local that purchased a house in like 5 lots a couple years ago, and he just brought in a single wide and set it and was remodeling it. I had a building permit for that last year. I don't know what he's going to do with that as far as if it's a rental or if family's going to live in it or what. But that one would have probably already had a water hookup and a sewer
There's
in
water and sewer?
place. Yeah,
Okay.
on that particular lot, so it probably had a little bit more appeal.
Okay.
So,
Now, the water's, what, 2,500 to get it hooked up, something like that anyway.
right, and I did hear from the people in Quinn that the water was very expensive. That's another reason why if you could get a lot affordable in Quinn, you still have to pay for the water tap. So I thought about that stuff when I was looking at this.
Well, I can't predict the future, but I'd say that one of these days you're going to get invaded because
I know.
you won't be able to afford to live anywhere else.
Probably not without a sewer.
I had one of the taxpayers say, we don't live in Quinn because we want to, it's because it's what we can afford, and, I get that.
All right. Thank you guys for your presentation.
Thank
We
you
do
for
have a
coming in.
motion on the board, or on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Don and
Thank you, board.
Ms.
Thank you.
Look at the 210 appointment schedule. We got Lee and Bonnie Christensen,
Okay,
and they're here.
and this is Chris.
Mr. Chris.
I'm up here already declared guilty and.
Okay,
and
hold on, we got some background noise going on, okay.
For a past judgment, I have a few things I'd like to
Can't hear you.
read or say.
All right.
If you'll bear with me. This is already March 17th of March 2017. For other reasons, from what I understand from the county minutes, at that time, 40-minute presentation was why Pennington County employees should get a raise and that property taxes would have to be raised. The Pennington County voted 2% COLA, which at that time, the COLA was virtually zero, and it did not support 2%.
Mr. Lee, I don't mean to interrupt, but this is the assessment hearing. So what you're bringing up is something I don't believe pertains to it. We want to,
Well, I
normally what I do
only
is
3%.
we give Chris the floor to
Okay.
present, and then I'll give you the opportunity to make your arguments with Chris's assessment.
Hello, board. Chris Mooney, Equalization. Tax ID 54099. Address is 356 East Main Street in Owen Hill City. It's on the main drag there, just on the north end, kind of right across from the bank. Everything's the Best Western there and also the Best Western there in Hill City. The property is a 1890s built ranch home. Just one story, average condition, above ground living is 1904 square feet, with a 960 square foot attached garage. And it also has a 2464 square foot shop building. The local board lowered the value from our original assessment of 274,900 down to 216,100, and I am recommending to go back to our original assessed value at 274,900. The home, we are already accounting for a lot of depreciation because it is fairly dated on the inside, so we are accounting for that. And also the lot that sits on 2.37 acres, and the southeast part of that lot, we are taking off 15% of the value because when it rains there, it's pretty soggy. You can actually see standing water if you go by on a fresh rain. You can actually see the water in the grass, and it's kind of a low-lying area. So we are taking off some value for that on that land. And the comps in Hill City that I gave you there, they range from, about 100 and, I took off the land value on these sales. They range from $109 a square foot up to $297 a square foot. The subject is at 102 a square foot. And all these comps, two of them sold last year, comps 4 and 5. The 1926 built home, 1,265 square feet above ground with basement of 768 finish with a detached garage of 720 square feet. That's over 359 last year. And also another one on East Main Street, just down from the subject, is a 1,470 square foot home with no basement, no garage, sold for 365 last year. And so I feel our assessed value at 270, 274, 900 is appropriate, given those sales and also the adjustments that I have made on the home and the land.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Now, Mr. Christensen, I just wanted to explain a little bit about what's going on here. This is the Board of Adjustments, not the Board of Commissioners. So our focus on this meeting is strictly on the property and the assessments and why you feel the property, if you feel it's assessed too high, to be able to object to that and give us a reason why. If you have some public comments from what I look you may have, I would highly recommend you come to our commissioners meeting and during public comment, read those at that point in time.
Okay,
I'm not trying to limit your
I
speech,
know.
but this is a structured meeting for the specific purpose of assessments.
Here's a copy of a.
Sure, you could.
Thank you, sir.
And then I'll give you the floor, Mr. Christensen, it looks like you did a good write-up out here, but it kind of sounded like you were going off on some of the board commission stuff. That's why I wanted to stop you and kind of explain some of the rules for you.
One question. I have, how, I guess, how reliable is what the county decided on? And this is on a 2020, I came in and protested something. And I go to my local board, they reduced it, and then it has what the county has. And then down below it comes the assessor's value was at 195,300. And we reduced that, we wanted. So then the assessor's recommendation on these forms, assessor's recommendation was 181,400 instead of 195,300. And down below, to be completed by the County Board of Equalization. Final value, County Board Equalization was $181,400, signed by Cindy Moeller. That's, I guess that's what I figured it would be, 181,000. I just saw it yesterday. I mean, I've
Okay.
been looking, and yesterday they came, you get your 2021 taxes, and they show what you had before.
The
It was,
274.9.
it should be 181,000, 4,100. It went back to the 195,000. It says in 2021, your taxes, the assessment was $195,000,
So
three.
I have a question for you. You did say you appealed it the year before, and it was, because Ms. Hadcock had made this point earlier, that when we lower these, Mike, don't mean to put words in your mouth, Deb, but when they get lowered from one year, the appraisers still look at them and bring them back up to what they should be, so you almost have to appeal every year to try and keep them at that. Do you understand what I'm?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
appealed, and what I said, the
Yep.
county reduced it, but then you get to 2021, and it says it's the 195,000 what you started with.
Yeah,
Is this,
please.
is this not, is this not a true value down here that it should be? The Board of Equalization or whatever there set it at
They were last year.
184,
No, he didn't appeal last year.
184
And
or
what
something.
year is this?
That's 2020.
Okay, so you're talking 2 years ago.
Yeah, and
Yes,
when I get to
yes,
2021,
so that's,
it says that
and
the
it changes.
2020 was 195,000 assessed value. It didn't say
Oh,
184.
I see what
It
you're,
went back up to 195,000. I thought it should be 184.
without seeing the actual records, I said, that's 2 years old. So what we're, no offense, Mr. Christensen, what we're working on
I'm just wondering if
is
that's a true thing
I think,
that is true
I
value.
think that could be settled by, if you meet with our equalization staff after this meeting, or even tomorrow, and they can do some research and look at that to make sure everything was set to what it should be. Because sometimes what's written on the paper, what you have, is not the same motion that was made at the hearing.
Yeah, the assessment notice that gets mailed out, the prior year's value that it shows is what it was originally mailed out
Yep.
at, even though it was changed to a recommended value. That's just how it has been.
Yep.
So it was changed. So, but just on the assessment notice, it goes off of what it was originally mailed out at.
Okay, so he should have actually been charged that 181 that he's showing?
That's,
Okay, but
yes.
on the paperwork that was mailed to him, it wasn't.
The following year, when the new assessment gets mailed, the prior year's value will show the original assessment from that prior year, not
Okay.
the change.
Original assessment.
Okay. Now Mr. Christensen, you gotta understand that? So,
Not really.
okay. So right now, Mr. Christensen,
This letter that I've given you kind of explains, and there's a backside on it. But my property has got, I took it off the rapid map, I've got 44% of our land is in the floodway. The floodway.
Can we bring up his land or his property?
And I have 18% that is in the 100-year flood zone, hazard zone.
Do you pay taxes on floodway? Do you
Pardon
pay,
me?
do you have insurance or anything on on the floodway, your land?
No, not on the land, I got it on my property, my house, my structure.
Yes, because you have floodway on your land. You have to get insurance for that, right?
No, I'm not in the home is not in the floodway, it's out of
Just
the
the
100
land
year.
is.
It's out of the 100-year.
Just making sure your home was out of the floodway.
Yeah,
Because sometimes
No,
if it's
it's
built
not.
that long, they
No.
grandfather that stuff, yeah,
No.
okay.
it's not. It's not in a,
Okay, just
it's
asking.
in a 500-year out or whatever,
Yes,
out
sir.
of it.
Thank you.
Anyway, the percentage, like I said, 3% of our land is in the floodway and 18% in the 100-year flood zone.
I'm playing.
And on the backside, I don't think
Flood,
the land.
flood hazard is floodway. It's just a different way to say.
The floodway is more restrictive. That's the red.
The purple or the red?
Right there, what I'm clicking on and off is
That's the red.
floodway,
Yes.
and the rest of it is
The
flood
blue,
hazard area.
the blue is flood hazard. The yellow is the 500-year, and that's not in.
That's right.
Yeah. So he's right. Almost half of his property,
Yes,
44 is floodway, right?
yes, over an acre. You can see that.
Okay.
So is that
Floodway,
taken into account in these numbers?
and I've
We
had,
are taking off a 15% for that southwest or that southeast kind of part of his land. It's kind of sits down a little bit further, and that does collect water in it. So we do have some value taken off for that.
it floods almost, not every year, but most years it floods, and sometimes longer than a week. Yeah, there's about
But Chris,
3
if it's
weeks.
floodway, it's a lot different. So, and maybe Shannon, what does floodway do to property? Does it decrease it by 15% or is it because it's not buildable?
The floodway is, it affects whether you can build there or not.
Right,
But as long as there's a building site on the property, you know what, with a property like that, you don't expect more than one house on there.
right.
And there's plenty of room to have a building site on that. So it doesn't affect the value, that floodway, unless it covers the entire property and you could never build anywhere on it.
Then, yeah, but then, like you said, 44%. And if it was not floodway, it'd be buildable.
Yard.
But we don't take,
Every spring.
we just
and
take a
during
certain
the
amount on because it's not buildable.
Fall, that's my yard, that's not.
Chris is just being nice on 15%.
That's that way for about 2 to 3 weeks every spring, thaw.
So you have another structure on there too, huh? You have another pole barn on the
Yeah,
property besides
he
the
knows
house?
that.
Okay.
One on each side. Thank you. Appreciate that, sir.
Okay, continue on, Mr. Christensen.
Well, there on the back side, is what I think it should be. I do not think the land value should go up. It stayed the same in 2022 and 2021 at 47.3. With all of that floodway and flood zone in there, I can't see the value of that land changing.
So you believe it should be 226? Is that what I'm seeing?
Pardon?
You believe your property's worth 226?
Well, I told you there, where after consideration of the 22 assessment, I didn't dispute that, but I mean, 49%, 44.9% increase in 2 years is just too much, and a $54,000 increase in the one in just for 2023, that's what is
You
for,
know, Mr.
is too much.
Mr. Christensen, I'm not arguing about, and this board hasn't argued with, it's hard to swallow sometimes with, we've been here as long as you have, and all of a sudden the property values have went up, but it goes by market value. And
Mine's not for sale. I ain't
no,
gonna go
no,
anywhere. I
we,
mean,
we definitely understand that it's not for sale, and I wish it was based on what its occupancy wanted and is going to use, but the way they do it is the market value. And although you disagree with it and we don't like it, it is what it is, and they try to be as equal as they can to everybody, not just, I mean, there's been time, that's why a lot of times these local boards, they've they deal more with the emotions and feelings, and so they know they're not the final decision, so they'll reduce it, and then it comes to us, and we have to follow state law and follow the regulations, and so that's what we do, is we base it on facts.
Yeah, well, retired people living on fixed income, I'm gonna be 76 in a month.
Oh, I know,
And, you only get so much.
yeah.
And I can't move. Why do I want to move out of the Black Hills?
You
Why do I
couldn't,
want to move?
no,
Next thing it would be in a retirement home or something, you know?
right. I definitely understand that, Mr. Christensen. Looks like we got a few sidebars going on, so maybe they're discussing what some options for you. So just give us a minute here to see if there's any questions for either of you two.
Mr. Chair.
Well,
Laster.
what I said there, I think 226,000 is more equitable than $274,000.
Okay, Mr. Laster.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Christensen, I would encourage you to be a part of the budget hearings, because that's what's going to determine how much more or how much less you would pay on your actual taxes. The value of your land is a small piece of that, but ultimately it comes down to what this Board of Commission and any of the other taxing entities that do on your land that can tax your piece of property. You need to go to those boards and let them know your concerns on how much they're going to increase their budgets, because that's what's actually going to increase how much taxes you pay, not necessarily this assessment value.
Or where they want to make the cuts.
But, the COVID, Rapid City never stopped building and the outside, COVID didn't even affect Rapid City.
Actually, it increased us.
And houses, yeah, you get houses and you get taxes off of them. I mean,
Chairman.
it never slowed down.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hadcock.
So I looked at these and then also asked Commissioner Roskinek on some of the issues that I was thinking, because he does do appraising as well. And I think Chris did a good job at the 274.9 for 46, 1 for the land. I'm sorry, 58, 2 for the land, 216.7 for the structure at a 274.9. And I can follow up after the motion, if I could.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a
Yes.
second?
Second.
And there's a second to go with the recommendation of the Equalization Office. A follow-up by Ms. Hadcock.
Why I'm saying that is I did ask some questions on floodway and some other stuff, and we also, what that sidebar was looking at the other comparables on there, and you are the lowest for the comparable on there, sir. So, for me, Chris did do his equalization job and did, equalize, and he also, I believe, gave you a good deal.
Thank you, Ms. Hadcock. Any further discussion from the board? You got his pictures? Oh, yeah, there you go. All in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Christensen. I'm sorry things didn't work out the way you thought.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Mr. Shannon.
We have two property owners left for today. That's it, okay? Maureen Gould, I think your schedule says something like 4:20, and Dean Horst is Zoom at like 4:10, and I'm trying to get Maureen to come earlier. Still trying. I don't know if she will. Otherwise, all we got left of the Adelstein properties, there's three: Specialty Management, Grizzly Creek, and Adelstein. And we just found out nobody's coming in for those. But Shannon has a recommendation on all those, so we'll deal with those. And then we might be waiting, unless somebody comes early, till 4 o'clock.
So you want to do,
Specialty Management?
Specialty Management and Grizzly Creek next, right after.
Specialty Management, Grizzly Creek, and Stanford Adelstein.
Okay.
Go ahead, announce the parcels.
So you want to take up 70247 Specialty Management first. Ms. Champion?
The specialty management, we can do that. So, all three of these are owned by Stan Edelstein. I had only had contact with an agent, David Crabb, and he just informed me just a little bit ago that he was not going to be able to be here because he was not able to get in good contact with Stan to confirm what they wanted to do. So he was just going to let me roll with it.
Okay.
So if you want, we can look at the 70247
Yep.
property. This is a 3-acre piece that is kind of in this middle part of his larger property. It has good views of Mount Rushmore. We have quite a few 3-acre sales in the area that kind of show where our value came from. His comment was more of access and utilities to the property, though there are multiple properties that are back there. So the utilities are there, they're just not brought to that specific property yet. And he would have to grant access to it because there is no legal access.
Can we do a GIS map of that?
They would ultimately have to
So
plat
this
access.
is, you go to Keystone, then you take the old Hill City, or you take the Cemetery Road to get to this, and then there's a lock gate, ain't there?
Yes.
70247.
Then is there a gated access?
There is.
Forest Service?
So if you
Oh, it's
if you zoom out a
Stan's
little,
Gate.
the gate is actually on the Forest Service side, so you do have to cross. It's right there where it's the Casito Ranch Road marker is on the map. That's where the gate is, and it is a keyed, like a passcode gate.
This is a nice piece of property. We had Mr. Adelstein at one time wanted to build maybe a road in somewhere and some development there. That's why I'm familiar with it. And it's a very nice piece of property. And you can build a road through there. You just have to have Forest Service approval.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Even if the 3 acres doesn't have access, the highest and best use would be assemblage to the neighboring property, which I'm assuming has a beautiful view of Mount Rushmore.
So what happened with this is like there's that particular piece, and then there's the piece directly above it. That is a 2-acre piece. He was platting it to give that 2-acre piece to a specific gentleman, and I'm not quite sure. And Mr. Crabb wasn't sure why he also pulled that 3-acre piece out as well. So I am not sure what the purpose of that was.
But it's still, he still owns it, and he owns
He
the
does.
land around it,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
So really, he has access to it, but now if he sells it, and then he has to do an easement
He would
to
have
it.
to grant the access, and that's what, he would have to grant it.
Right.
The Forest Service
I guess what I'm
actually.
saying is, right now, he
It's not
doesn't have to
official.
grant access because he owns it, so it's not non-accessible. It would become non-accessible, and then maybe you have to account once he has to put an easement on his property to allow somebody through there. I don't think
We'd
that,
have to go through the Forest Service, not him.
right,
Yes.
but I don't think it applies now because
No, because he has that.
Right, and he has granted access to the gentleman that's to the 2-acre piece. It is not a legal access, there is not an easement, there's nothing documented,
Just a verbal.
but he was someone who is taking care of the family, I guess. So he has given him that 2 acres and allowed him access to that property. But he's allowed access to 2 other properties in that vicinity as well. Directly to the south there is, it's a Brian Haig, has a house there. And then there's that larger, I don't know who owns that one, but there's another private property back there that also use that same access
Okay.
that he is allowed.
Okay. So your recommendation on this property is
That one is no change.
no change.
So moved.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Laster for no change would be 171,300. Further discussion?
The only thing I would ask is if you go to the property to the east, that looks like about the same size. I just wondered what that land is assessed at.
5 acres, Shiloh Hill, that's Higgs.
That is, those two pieces right there are actually Hague's property. They are split the way they are because there's a portion of it within city limits and a portion of it outside of city limits. The
But
house is sitting pretty much on the line.
But the 165, if somebody come in and say, well, if you're going to assess me at 171.3, and then you say, well, that's consistent with the adjacent parcel.
And Dawn can correct me because this was one that she had worked on before, that those two, if that city boundary line was not there, would be a 5-acre piece. So essentially those two are being valued as if they were 5 acres. So that first 3 or that first 2.5 acres is a certain amount, and the second is a certain amount to reach that 5-acre value.
My desk is here.
The house sits right there on the property line.
It does.
It's not like he would sell off a piece of it because
the house is too close.
Cabin, but it's right on the property line.
Can you, I think I'm ready to vote, but could you put a different layer on there so we could actually get an aerial?
Well, I did, and I didn't want to bring in more, and I was afraid I would click around too much.
Oh,
Just try 2016.
FSA 2022 should.
Oh, I know, there's a layer on that's covering it. What is that layer? Oh, I bet it's the flood stuff. We get rid of it. Oh, there we go. Should I zoom in a little tighter there on those two parcels?
Okay.
Yeah, so the cabin sits like right here on this property. So Shiloh owns both of these parcels. One is in the Keystone limits, one outside.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Next, that brings us to,
I think Grizzly Creek is on the list.
70248.
We can do that one, yes.
oh, I may be throwing one away here. I think I lost one. Is it, it's not Grizzly, is it?
That is one of his properties. The Adelstein Trust or Grizzly Creek.
Okay.
We're doing Adelstein Trust right
Which
now.
one are you gonna do? The
70248.
48? Okay, got it right here. Okay.
So this is gonna be the larger portion of all of these properties where, Mr. Adelstein's house and, buildings are. He said that the same issue, the lack of utilities, and would have to grant any access. But obviously there are already utilities brought to the property in multiple spots, because he does have an art studio over on one section and then the house in a different area. And there are multiple building spots, beautiful views of Mount Rushmore. So that one for us is a no change as well.
And he is, it looks like he's only appealing the land value, not the structures. So you've got 382,500 on the land and 978 on building with a 1,360,500.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Is there any discussion?
It's the 1,000,003, you're doing that?
Yes, the
Yeah.
70248.
Okay.
70248.
No, I got it, but I have the assessor's value being different.
Any more clarification or discussion? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. So now we come to the Grizzly Creek LLC, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. This is-
67801.
Yep.
So this one is just to the north here. This one's 11.37 acres. I actually went up and hiked this area. It is, because they did mention the access issues. He says that he addresses it with our office every year. So I went up and walked the area. Over on the left-hand side, the only access would be from Grizzly Creek or Grizzly Gulch Road, which would then have to cross private property and cross the creek, and then it's pretty much just straight up. So access is pretty limited. Anything on the right side and to the bottom, because I walked from the Forest Service road up, the access would have to be through Forest Service and through a private property, either direction. So we did already have an adjustment on it for the access, though I did increase that a little bit because of, even when you're up there, you can't see it on the aerial, but there are lots of huge outcroppings that would really deter any buildability.
So the assessed value recommendations 43.7.
No, that is what we sent out at. The recommended value is 32,800.
Be my motion.
Second.
You know, when you sit there and look at the highest and best use, there's no access, but at that value, one of the neighbors, I would think, would buy that and put an easement to that property and
And the people around them own all the mining claims that are up there, and then are that big amusement park that's up on the south end of Keystone.
I'm just going to
Slide.
clarify, we do have a
And the Alpine
motion
slide
by
and all that.
Hadcock and seconded by Laster for the
Yep.
32.8, okay. I just
32.8?
wanted to,
Yes, 328.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify before we go forward.
I was just gonna have you zoom out a little bit so I can just get an idea where this is, the downtown Keystone.
Road comes up out of Keystone.
So where's that clamping facility?
There is a campground straight to the south.
They do the tent camping?
Glamping.
Up
Yeah.
on Cemetery Road?
It's cool. I went up there just to look one time.
Did you?
Yeah, it's cool looking.
Do we have any more questions? We do have a motion on the floor to accept the 32,800. No more clarifications or discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Champion. I'm being respectful because I don't want to call you Shannon because people might have.
The lady that's our last appointment, Maureen Gold, says she'll come in about 3. So we can get a little bit ahead. And then we got a Zoom that's coming in at 4 o'clock or something like that. So we're waiting till 3.
Okay. We are gonna break until,
Recess.
we're gonna recess to a new, till somebody shows up. All in favor, well, we got moved by Hadcock, seconded by Laster. All in favor indicate by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Here. Look to go back into session for the Board of Adjustments. Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And I'll recognize Bree for item number 9257, which is Maureen and Gary Gold.
Yes. Hello, Bree Davis, appraiser at Pennington County Equalization. The property being appealed is 9257, which is being assessed for $435,400. The property is owned by Maureen and Gary Gould, located at 3473 School Drive, Rapid City. The property consists of a 1959 single-family residence with 1,160 square feet of living and sits on 0.5 of an acre. There are also 2 detached garages. One is 625 square feet. The other is 2,520 square feet. I spoke with Marina. She was concerned with the increase in her assessment. Going over the information on the house, Everything we had listed was correct. The house was completely updated prior to the purchase, her purchase in 2020. There have been no other updates since. After searching for properties similar to the subject on your comparable sheet that I've given you, I found 4 and 5 to be the best. 4 is an older home. This home has had completely no updates at all. More square footage and has 2 1,000 square foot detached garages. Comparable 5 is a modular, is on 1 acre with 2 detached garages. My recommendation is a no change at $435,400, the land at $54,000, and the improvements at $381,400.
Okay, so Bree, you got 54,000 for land and structures, 381,400. And that comes out to
435.
400. Okay, Maureen, this is time that you have the floor and to explain why you don't feel the assessments is what is excuse me, she's come up with. Do you have any comparables or anything else?
I looked some stuff up before I came in, and basically, I'm looking for justification of why such a large increase in the last couple of years. What I did is I looked on your equalization site, pulled up half a dozen site of properties in my immediate neighborhood, and the assessed values with no change in ownership and no improvements to any of the sites varied from 16% up to 49%. To me, the amount, mine is adjusted in the last 2 years up 36%. And to me, I'm just not thinking it's reasonable. I don't think I can sell the property for that. It's a nice property, I won't lie to you. We paid up for it. We overpaid for it. The comps when we bought it weren't going there. We just cashed out and paid up because it checked boxes. I honestly don't think I could get what you're rating it for if I were to sell it, and the taxes are just getting higher and higher and higher, and I don't understand the rationale for it. The property has not changed in the last 2 years. The neighborhood really hasn't changed in the last 2 years. She's got comparables in here, but I'm not sure where these are located. You said 4 and 5 were the most comparable? And I have no idea where they're located, so for me to say that, and a modular, I don't think is comparable. I'm a stick-built house.
Yeah, but modular, it was
And it's
actually
also on a
assessed.
bigger lot.
Yeah, but it was also assessed more, I believe.
I can't read your numbers here. I'm sorry.
I believe it was also assessed more. Number 5 that you said was modular. Sale price was 430,000. Or
That's what it sold for when they bought it?
that was the sell price, 238.89 per square foot.
Okay, that's what they paid for it.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the information I could not pull.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm here. I just don't feel that it's necessarily increased in that much value.
Okay.
And my argument is the percentages of rate increases on the various properties I looked at, they're stick-built houses in my neighborhood. I didn't look at the cost of the house, I looked at how much it went up. They range anywhere from 16% to 49%. I don't understand the disparity there.
So you're just talking the percentages, but are the houses the same or are they?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what
Why
she's.
they went up the way they did.
Because, you're not the first one in here that when you look at that percentage, it just instantly, that's what grabs you and says, this is wrong, and the value. We've had many of them in the last 2 days. She can kind of explain it now. I've been famous of turning this over to Mr. Laster about the taxes. Your assessment's going up, what changes your tax? I'll let him explain it. He does a much better job than I do.
So your assessed value, I'm just going to talk about the county as a taxing entity, not the other taxing entities like the fire department. If you're in a fire district, if you're in a road district, school district, outside of those for the county, if your property was valued at 200,000 one year and then valued 500,000 the next year, if the county didn't change its budget from each of those years, you'd still pay the same amount of taxes. what happens is we still increase our budget. That's why you pay increased taxes. So you could have you could have the original $647,000, but if we still increase our budget, you're still gonna pay increased taxes. But what we're trying to do is equalize all the properties to make sure everybody's paying the appropriate amount of taxes based on the appropriate values of the home in the area. But to speak to the 16% and the 48% discrepancy that you may have seen on those homes, you know, my best guess is that our appraisers may have talked to some of those individuals and maybe they had some bad things on the inside of the home. Maybe it was an old home that was never updated. Maybe they had some mold issues or something of that nature. That could affect them only going up a smaller rate. Some of them could have remodeled the inside or something of that nature that causes them to go up at a higher rate. So that percentage is a number that is, unless you know the very specifics of each of those homes, you don't know why it went up or went down or why it did so much in that percentage, even though it's a similar home to yours. And if I see yours went up, what, 20%? Is that what I'm,
Mine went up in the last 2 years, I'm looking at the last 2 years, because I argued last year too.
right?
Total of 36% in the last 2 years.
And there's many of them that have gone over 40 and 50%.
But why are we, if I called my realtor right now, she can look up what the value of my house is for sale, likely not going to match what you put on here for taxable purposes.
Well,
Not,
the property was assessed at November 1st, so absolutely there's some changes in the market between when they did this to right now. And the reason why that is interest rates have gone up. So, you know, people getting exorbitant amounts, what they can offer now has probably changed. Things that aren't going like they were. So, I mean, that's understandable. And that would, at November 1st of this year, our appraisers are going to look at these numbers again, and they may go, if sales and so forth goes down, they'll have to make those adjustments.
okay, I guess I just.
I get what you're saying, because some people have said, you're not the first one that's come and said, I think I overpaid.
Well, and I just don't get, I understand what you're saying, their property may be not valued as high as mine. I'm not worried about what the value of the property is. I'm looking at the disparity in the percentages.
That's what I'm saying. Even the percentage disparity, because maybe a home went up 46% because maybe they completely redid their kitchen and made it, much, I don't know, put granite tops or whatever the high quality stuff.
Changed in any of these houses according to your equalization document. No new owners, no upgrades to the property. The values have all gone up incrementally a little bit more.
There's a lot of factors. I'm sure Shannon could talk about all the different factors. There's
It's
tons
just
of
not
them.
clicking in my head.
Mr. Rittenberg.
So I think the argument here, if I've picked up on it right, is the percentage increase of the subject property and surrounding properties.
Right.
Okay. The property assessment will change if you change the property, you remodel or build on or something like
It
that.
was done over 2 years ago, right?
Well, yeah, of course that changes it, but then your property assessment can change because our market changes. Even if you don't do anything to your property is worth more if our market goes up. So your property assessment can change even if you don't do anything to the property. Your property assessment will also change as we try to create equity in our assessments. We adjust all assessed values based on recent sales this year. And next year, we look at recent sales from next year and we adjust our assessed values. We also look at the accuracy of our assessments from neighborhood to neighborhood. Market changes differently from one neighborhood to the next.
Absolutely.
It changes differently from property to property too.
Mm-hmm.
Larger houses, small houses, new houses, old houses. The market changes differently. We don't apply a blanket percentage change every year. All properties up 20%. That would be a poor assessment process. We value all properties using a model that has the current sales information in it. All properties are valued using the same model, but all properties are different. Every property is different. So they change differently every year, all towards the goal of being at market value every year. some of the counties in South Dakota, the smaller counties that don't have the capabilities that we have, the sales information that we have, will apply a blanket 20% up this year or
And I think
down.
one comment you just made kind of made it a little more clear for me. It's not that you're trying to make a fairness with taxes across the board by way of percentage. It's that you're looking at what that property will sell for.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned taxes. No, we're looking at assessed value because we don't know what's going to happen with taxes yet.
Right. We
But
don't know what assessed value is going to do next year either.
We don't, yes. We find that out with what happens with our market next year. Otherwise, what you said, yes.
Okay, all right. Because I'm looking at the equitability of the percentages. It
Percentage.
just,
Yeah. And that
my neighbor
doesn't-
across the road, 80-some years old, he's that one that's gone up 49% in the last 2 years.
I got a property that went up 80% in the last 2 years. So,
Ouch.
yeah.
Okay.
So, on top of insurance. So,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Russell.
Okay, well, I've been kicking numbers around. And I think we all agree that the 54,000 for the lot, that's consistent.
I'm okay with that. That's
Right, and
consistent
it's
across the
consistent.
board. Everything I saw was consistent
It's
there.
consistent with all the other comps. Now, it was stated earlier that comps 4 and 5 were considered strong value indicators. And so if you go to the price allocation to the two homes on those lots, and you divide it by their square footage, you get 223 a square foot and 194 a square foot. Now, if I go to the subject property and I look at the building cost value, it's $366 a square foot. And I just think that's an outlier. It just does not even mesh. If I take the
It's a
average,
tiny house.
if I take the average of the four comps excluding yours, the average price allocated to just the house is $216. So I was thinking, instead of $375, well, right now, if I divide your total assessed value by the square footage of the house, it's $375 a square foot. But instead of the $366 allocated to your residence per square foot, I was thinking 300 would be fair, keeping in mind that the 300 is well above the average of 216 of the other comparable sales. If we go that route, the building would, your house would be that $300 times 1,160, that'd be 348,000. And if you add 54,000 to the land, it'd be a total of 402,000. That's what I think, based on these comparable sales, would be more realistic.
And I can agree with that.
I'm just saying, that's just me.
Well,
That's just me.
Ron, could you give me those numbers? You went through those kind of fast. So the land would stay at 54,000.
And then the,
Structure would be 348.
right now, it's on a per square, this is how I look at per square foot, it's $366, and that just, it just seems out of, a little. And 300 even seems high, but I'd go 300, and that would still be much higher than the average of the four comps.
Yeah.
And if we want that route, this would be my
What are the two
recommendation.
things?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the numbers from you.
4 and what else, Ron?
So 54,000 for the site, and then the building at $300 a square foot times 1160, which is 348,000,
And that totals
402,000.
402,000. And I agree with that. So would that be a motion?
That's my motion.
So give me those numbers again.
54,000 for the land, no change, and reduce the building to 348,000 for a total of 402,000.
And that was your motion, Ron?
Correct.
I seconded it?
What ID is that one?
9257.
Okay. That's why all my numbers looked weird. I was like, I am looking at the wrong one. I had a 783 total. I was looking at the wrong tax ID. I'm like, where are we coming up with these numbers?
I
Okay, never mind.
think that's a fair assessment for the size of the house, but I think, but
The wrong
I
one.
do want to make the comment that it's very beautiful. You had some nice woodwork. She was showing the pictures earlier. I mean, it's,
My husband's a carpenter. We had a very nice house in Hot Springs. It's 4,000 square feet. Kids moved out. Downsizing, upgrading quality. It's what we did. So comparably, dimensionally, nothing like what we had, but I do agree it's a very nice property.
I think, for that area that you're doing.
Area is the issue.
Yeah, the area is the issue, and I think that's why Ron's numbers are working, is it's a very beautiful property, smaller square footage, but, with the area, yeah, okay. So we do have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All of you.
Good day.
Have a happy Wednesday afternoon.
We have one more property owner who's gonna zoom in.
Now?
No. He's scheduled for like 4:10. I just talked to him and I said, whenever you're ready, zoom in, don't wait for your appointment. He said he's got a realtor. I think the realtor is a relative, but coming to meet him, and then they're gonna log in or whatever. So
He's got someone that's gonna help.
he's got somebody that's gonna help him, yeah. Yeah, he didn't sound like he's the Zoom type of person. All right. But I told him, don't wait till your appointment. Whenever you're ready, zoom in. So Sherilyn, she'll tell us, Geraldine will tell us, and we'll start.
That's good. So I think I'd look for another motion to recess until.
recess.
Zoom.
Second.
Moved by Rosknecht, second by Lassiter. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thanks, Shannon. Okay, thank you, folks. We're gonna reconvene as the Board of Equalization. Look for a motion. Moved by Lassiter, second by Hadcock to come back into session. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. With that, I'll turn it over to, is it gonna be Bree or you, Shannon?
Derek will be here. This is Dean Horst property. Mr. Horst, can you hear us?
See a nose,
I can see his ear.
ear and nose. No, that's an eye.
Mr. Horst, can you hear us? Step back from the camera a little bit.
Deb Hadcock Jr., I told you. Step away, just step, there you go. There's a human.
You're on mute.
Okay, so we can't hear you.
You're on mute. Looks like me trying to take a picture.
Okay, now can you hear us?
There we go.
We can hear you. You can hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so Derek will have some comments first, and then we'll go to you, and the commissioners might have some questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Derek.
All right, good afternoon. And again, before we get started, board document with 864 for a tax ID. Everyone should have it in front of you.
Yep.
Oh, again, Derek Dalen with Pennington County Equalization. The subject property we are talking about has a tax ID of 864, and it is located at 7570 Tanager Drive. And it is owned by Dean and Gladys Horst. And I am recommending that the assessed value of $783,200 be upheld, with a land value of $60,000 and a structure value of $723,200. And the subject property, it's located in the Countryside subdivision. It is within the city limits of Rapid City. And more about the property, it's 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. It is 2,634 square feet above ground, and it is over a 2,396 square foot basement, most of which is finished except for 100 square feet. The house was built in 1984, and it sits on a 0.55 acre lot. Because of the above ground size of the subject at over 2,600 square feet, comparable sales were used outside of that Countryside neighborhood. And comparable sales, they range in above-ground square footage from a little over 1,600 square feet to almost 2,800 square feet. All comps have basements with total basement square footage ranging from 533 to a little over 1,500. Finished area ranging from 533 to almost 1,400 square feet. The subject has a 528 square foot attached garage and a 624 square foot detached garage, both about 2-car garages. And all comps have garages like the subject, with comps 1, 2, and 5 having attached garages. Then comp 4 has a detached garage, with comp 1 having an additional detached garage similar to the subject. Comp 3 has a basement garage, which is included in the total basement area. Then total garage size ranges from 656 to almost 1,700 square feet. And qualities of construction are either good or good plus. And sale prices range from $625,000 through $908,000. And the subject values, or the subject's value, can be bracketed using comps 5 and 3 on your comp grid. Comp 5 would be inferior to the subject since it is older and quite a bit smaller. And this property does have a detached garage that is similar to the total garage square footage of the subject. And this property does have more land, which is reflected in the greater land value. And this property sold for $725,000 in July of '22. Then comp 3, that would be superior to the subject. It is newer, bigger, a little bit higher quality. And this property also sits on more land, which in turn has a higher land value. And this property sold for $908,000 in June of 2022. And then I wanted to touch on the subject property and its just overall size. It's above ground, little over 2,600 square feet. This is significantly more square footage than what is typical for the countryside neighborhood. The median and average size for countryside is right around 14 to 1,500 square feet. And since the subject is over 1,000 square feet larger, there's a 15% reduction to the value of the house to account for this being different than what is typical in the neighborhood. And this reduction to the house, it's reflected in the assessed value of $783,200. For example, if this reduction wasn't applied to the house, the assessed value would be a $901,700. And then I did receive a market analysis from Mr. Horst, and it had 5 comparable sales with it. Those sales, 3 of them were from 2023 here, so they did not have any bearing for the assessment for this year since they were after November 1st. And another one of the sales, it took place in October of 2022. It's smaller, quite a bit smaller than the subject. Then there was another sale that's quite a bit newer than the subject, so that was a consideration as well when reviewing the market analysis that the property owner provided. And again, I'm recommending that the assessed value of $783,200 be upheld, with a land value of $60,000 and a structure value of $723,200.
Thank you, Derek. Does any board members have any questions of Derek? Seeing none, I go to the property owners. Dean, are you going to answer, or do you have somebody that you want to present to us? And you're probably on mute.
I'll answer what I can.
Okay. You just heard Derek's presentation. And we do have your comps and that in front of us. Is there something, what I'd like to ask is, what do you think your fair value is for the structure and why?
Well, last year it was 647. I think they used the wrong, they got something wrong on the assessment for last year. What are I think my assessment come out at 753 or something plus 2.5%. And that's not right, because it should have been 647.
So you believe your assessment should be,
For last year was 647, and
yep,
they showed it as 753 or something like that.
783, 200. It was a 20% increase, and they presented that they can show it in the sales that, in the comparables, that your property is comparable to those.
Yeah, but see, that's 783, ain't? Okay, it was 647 last year, but
And I can touch on some of that, where the property, it was appealed last year
You need to talk more into the mic so you can hear you.
the property was appealed in 2022. And so the initial 2022 assessed value was the 754,000 and that number that Mr. Horst is mentioning. And the property was appealed last year, and his assessed value last year was the 640.
7,400.
Yeah, the 647,400. So that was the number used to determine property taxes that are owed this year. Where the confusion comes into play is how the assessment notices are printed. It defaults to that initial, I'll call it pre-appeal value. So it's confusing because you get your assessment notice and it has that initial value before the property was appealed. So it bases your percent change on that initial value. And we recognize that that's not ideal, but that's one of the limitations that we have to work within.
Okay.
So the 2022 assessed value, it was 647,400. That was the number used to determine what property taxes are owed for this year. It just does not show up that way on the assessment notice as the previous year's value.
Okay. So, Mr. Horst, do you have anybody else that's with you that wanted to go over what they believe the true value is? I know you had a cost analysis done. In order for this commission to make a good decision, we go with the evidence that's in front of us.
yeah. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
They have me down. They
Yep.
have me down as
We can hear you. Go ahead.
whole finished square foot at 4930, and I only have 4,150 because a couple years ago I built on a patio, or I enclosed the patio, and it's not finished because it doesn't have any heat in it, so they don't consider it as finished. And there's a basement underneath that patio, same size, and that's not finished either. So we have 440 square feet on each floor that says it's finished and it ain't finished.
Chairman?
And last year they recognized that.
Okay. Horst,
this year,
Dean, I do have a question from Commissioner Hadcock. I'm going to let her ask a question.
So Derek, did you take in consideration, did you get a walkthrough in the house?
Where no one from our office has completed an interior inspection. of the property. I believe there's a 440 square foot enclosed porch area that it's not included as living. I mean, it's our understanding that it might not be insulated or have heat to be included as living. And with that, we have a tool shed that's under a portion of that 440 square foot enclosed porch. We're not saying that's living either. That's a tool shed. It has a concrete floor and concrete walls, but it's not remotely close to living. I mean, what we have a little over 2,600 square feet above ground, then a total basement area of almost 2,400. So that would equal the 4,900 total area for living.
Okay. Did you hear that, Mr. Horst?
Yeah, but it's not right.
Go ahead, Mr. Shannon, go ahead.
This is Shannon Ritter, the Director of Equalization. We've made multiple offers to look inside the home to verify our data and been refused every time.
Not multiple. The lady came out last year and they came with a guy and they wanted to come in the house. And I said, no, not with COVID going on. You're not coming in my house. We don't let any strangers in that. And they never even had a mask on. So that's my answer to that.
Okay. So, Mr. Horst, as I asked you earlier, what do you think your value is and why? Please, do you have a number?
Oh, probably if it was 647 last year, probably.
Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else to add before I go to the board?
Well, I'll talk. I'm the realtor.
Okay, could you, take the phone?
So basically, if you would take this house and place it in Red Rocks or place it on 1.56 acres somewhere, you probably would reach that value of the assessed value or even the sale value of 900,000. But if someone was going to come and buy this house right now because of where it's situated amongst homes that are half the value and half the size, I just don't see it selling at that point. And how can you assess a house on more than it actually could sell for? That doesn't make sense to me. Whether there's more square footage or not, it's still only a 3-bedroom house, doesn't have the capability of being more than a 3-bedroom house due to the fact that all the other space is underground. So there's 2 bedrooms on the main floor and 1 downstairs where you have the access for the egress window or the legally coded window situation. Some of the comps that they were giving that said that sold for 900,000 are in Carriage Hills and they have 1.5 acres. Then you have one out on Highway 16 to the 147th Avenue or whatever that number was. That had 11 acres, a swimming pool, a detached garage, a horse barn. And those are worth $900, probably $1,000 because that's what people want. The more land and the more privacy, the more value people will pay for, the more higher purchase price someone would pay for something. So that's kind of where with some of the things why we looked at some of the comps, because we are looking for a similar age and similar acreage, and that they sit amongst other houses, like tucked in right next to another house and not out in a secluded area or a large 1.5 acre lot, like Wildwood property was on 1.5 acres as well. Even some of the comps from that you're going from in 2021 that you guys are utilizing, again, those all have larger lots. And in neighborhoods, quite a few of them were in neighborhoods that had larger lots and homes that sell in the 900,000s on a regular basis.
Ma'am, could you identify yourself for the record?
My name is Teresa Larson. I'm with the real estate group.
Okay, thanks, Teresa.
Mhm.
Board members, do you have any questions of Teresa or Mr. Horst?
No.
You don't? I just, from my, unless you got something different, what I kind of looked at is I tend to agree, but I was looking at some of the comparables and I did the average of what some of the comparables of the other ones sold for, and I come up with a 725, which would make 665 for the structure and 60,000 for the land.
Say that again?
I come up with, oh, no, excuse me.
665 for the structure and 60
So,
for the...
yeah, 665 for the structure, 60,000 for the land, comes up with a total of 725.
And how did you get the structure at
Was looking
665?
at her assessment, and that's kind of an average price from high to low. 725 seemed to be in that range.
So, Mr. Chair, I did some calculations while we were sitting here. And so on the comps that staff provided, I did the square foot, dollar per square foot.
Yep.
If my math was right, this property was at 297. And if you take the 5 comps, you dropped comp 2 because it was 250, and you drop comp 5 because it's 445, the high and the low. And the numbers are 283, 327, and 319. So 297 is the lower end of those comps. But I went further and took the comps that were submitted by Teresa Larson. They did it differently with the total square foot of on there, so I had to reevaluate it based on the total square foot versus the single level and not including the basement. But I calculated it up, including Mr. Horse's total, and I got 189 for these properties, 189, 162, 226, 182, and 172, and his falls right in that mid-range at 189. So it's kind of comparable to everything that's out there on both sides that was submitted, square foot and price. It's not significantly above, it's not significantly below, it's not the high end or the low end of any of those, it's right kind of in the middle.
So your numbers are comparable of what the recommendation is?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that'd be my motion.
We have a motion by Ms. Hadcock to accept staff's recommendations and a second by
Travis.
Mr. Laster.
Second.
To keep the recommendation of equalization as it is, which is 783,200, which is 60,000 for land and 273,200 for the structure. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks for.
Mr. Horst and
Yeah.
Ms.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Horst and ma'am, for joining us. We upheld the Equalization Department's recommendation.
How could you when there's 900 square foot of that you considered finished and that is not finished? You didn't even use that.
I'll recognize
Didn't even
Mr.
consider
Shannon.
We- We'd love to take a look at the property and verify our data. We can set an appointment, come out and look at it this summer in anticipation of next year's assessment.
How can you assess someone's house for more than it would sell for? You did that on the Donnelly Way property. It just sold in August for $719, and you are now assessing it at $830,000.
So ma'am, we
It
just
dro-
had a person come in
It
before that wouldn't let somebody in their house, and actually their property went down because the man ended up letting them come in, so they could actually properly assess or appraise that house based on what was factual. So at this point, to be fair and just, Shannon is trying to say, if you want a fair assessment, They need to look at the property, that way when they have the discussion with the homeowner, which is man as well, ended up getting a lower assessment. So for me, for people not letting people in their houses, it's hard for us to do a guesstimate except on comparables. So if we have nothing to go on because we haven't been in the house, makes a huge difference. So it'd be like you guessing as a realtor on the outside of a house how much it's worth. That's not fair to the appraisers that are trying to do a
We
professional job.
base the assessment on comparable properties that have sold is what it's based on, comparable properties. And it's not, the biggest thing he's saying is that he had overbuilt for the neighborhood, which then in turn does affect the price that the house could sell for. By law, he should be able to get a 15% reduction because he overbuilt.
I
If
think
that
did.
house
Mr.
was
Chair.
moved
did.
they
into a
added that.
different neighborhood, it would sell
Mr.
and it would
Laster.
have that value.
Mr. Laster, I'll recognize him.
Teresa, when you say by law, can you state South Dakota codified law that institutes that 15% reduction?
They told us last year that was a valid thing.
Yeah,
15% was valid. That's what
okay.
they went by last year.
So we got the deduction last year.
Folks, we made a motion, it's been made. I think the discussion is being non-productive, so at this point, we're gonna move on. Thank you for your time.
It doesn't. There it is, the mind made up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd look for a motion to adjourn from the Board of Adjustments.
So moved.
Moved by Laster, second by Hadcock. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you.